Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Whoa! I keep forgetting that that's a thing. Thank you very much. Hello, Jar. Second best black friend. Yeah, sure. I was just messing with the shit. I always forget that that's a freaking feature that I put onto the stream. All right, let me just move chat here so I can see it. I close you. I don't need you anymore. Me. Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Hey, everybody, what's up? It is Sunday. I just felt like streaming. Well, honestly, I was feeling sleepy, but I was like, yeah, I haven't streamed in a while, so might as well do some stuff. So that it faded away before I could see it. Hello, Jar, second best black friend, Shady. How are you? I am doing fine. I'm a little sleepy. I wanted to be working on like actual edited videos today, but I wasn't like in a creative mood. So I was like, well, let me do some streaming, and probably not gonna be streaming for too long. Just gonna be playing some games. And by games, I mean Power Wash Simulator, because that's what I tend to do on these videos. They added a bunch more levels on this, and I was in the middle of cleaning one, so I'm gonna go to that one if I can find it. It wasn't here. How's the audio for everybody? Audio is good. I'm gonna turn it down for myself. Is this thing? Yeah, I was in the middle of cleaning this satellite dish, so. Hello, welcome everybody, welcome to the stream. I am Shady Doorags. Wait, hold on, that's not how we say it. Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here. Yeah, that's the intro. Welcome to Lou KMJL. Lou KMJL, thank you so much. Yo, huge fan of your content. Just a random question. Thoughts on Mega Man X game series, and do you think it could work as an animated series? Yes, well, I think it could work as an animated series from what I know about it. However, I don't really have much thoughts on the Mega Man X series because I've never played it. Yeah, so it's an interesting time for me right now. The channel is doing really well. I've constantly like wanted to keep improving on it, wanted to do better, but it's doing extremely well right now. So I figure we might have a bit more people who've never seen one of these live streams. It's just chill. I answer questions. I don't always get to your question. If you want to guarantee that I get to your question, that's what super chats are for. And we're just going to clean this. You guys let me know if there's anything up with the audio or if the bit rate needs fixing, or anything of that matter. So I got to clean this giant satellite dish. I already cleaned this. This was dirty, but I cleaned it up. So that's done. And now I'm going to go back to cleaning this. That is a lot. I'm going to turn the volume down for you guys. Blackbeard Gamer, you're awesome, dude. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Speaking of gaming, the second channel, I know. I was like, it still feels pretty loud. I'm gonna turn it down. Like there's not much to hear in this game. I just see the audio levels and I see that my levels are way higher. My levels are hitting the red on freaking OBS. But as I was saying, speaking of gaming, I know I said, second channel stuff is coming. I'm still planning on doing stuff. It's just, I'm so I'm so bad with keeping myself organized in what I want to do. Like I've got everything I need for the second channel to get started on it. With watching Miraculous and playing games and whatnot, I got everything ready. It's just sitting down and doing it. But I'm always thinking about my primary channel. DJ BJ32, hey, how do you do? Just a Shady Doorags viewer here. Well, hey, hello, and how do you do to you too? But yeah, the second channel, like I constantly want to work on the second channel, but I constantly have this channel in my mind. I'm like, oh, I need to do a video. I need to work on something for that, or, you know, like I'm not constantly working on it, but I constantly have this channel on my mind. So when it's time to sit down and work, the second channel falls to the wayside, because the second channel is supposed to be just for hobby stuff. Hey, welcome everybody, welcome. This is just a chill stream where I'm chilling, we chill, you chill, I'm chill, we all chill. I'm here to answer questions and play some video games. If you got a question, feel free to ask. I don't usually get to all of them. If you want to guarantee that I see your comment, that's what super chats are for. I want a full stream of you playing a lawnmower simulator, but if you're doing a Hank Hill impression the whole time. I think that I don't know if I could last a full stream doing that, because the thing about me is that I get bored very easily, and when I'm getting bored, like, you can hear it in my voice. Kitty Monk called you out in her latest video. Oh, did she now? Rudy Ramirez, thank you very much. Hey there, Shady. I love watching your reviews. Helps me get through work. I hope you're doing well, and it's always nice to hear from someone who has some pretty awesome thought-out opinion on stuff. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ambidex Swing, how did you first meet Just a Robot? I went to his YouTube page and I watched his videos. That's pretty much what happened. Okay, so way back in the day when what do they used to call them? They used to have a name. Skeptics, that's what they were. Way back in the day with hold on. The DJ BJ32, have you played any of the cartoon video games like South Park, Family Guy, or even classic PS2 Nick games? Okay, I'll answer that in a moment. But with the jar thing, way back in the day, there was the I was getting into a lot of anti-woke videos, and Jar used to be in that category. He doesn't do that kind of stuff anymore, but that's how I found his channel. And I used to watch like all his videos like crazy. And that's how we first found each other. Like I found him before he had, I want to say before his first 1,000, but it might have been before his like first 5,000. But he was, at the time he was growing, and I was still like pretty much a nobody. I had like no viewers on my channel. And then we've watched each other's channels grow. It's kind of interesting. Okay, so the cartoon video games like South Park or Family Guy or even classic. I think every millennial in existence played Simpson Hit and Run. I played Rugrats for the PS1. I still have that game. That game was terrifying because of if you've ever been inside the pyramid on the mini golf level. My goodness gracious, that was a terrifying level. Mr. Friend was just terrifying. The Angelica space alien was also terrifying. Ambidex Swing, another donation. Thank you. You guys are being real generous today. I watched Jar's video on Doodletones video about Pokemon that could destroy the world. Later, I'm now friends with both Jar and Doodletones. It's neat. Yeah, I remember the Pokemon video. Interesting times. It is interesting that back then it was such a huge beef with Jar and Doodle Tones, and then now she's like she edits his videos and stuff. But then again, like they became acquaintances well before that. Hi Shay, it was my birthday a few days ago and I like your videos a lot. Oh, happy birthday. What's a show you won't cover for a reason? On Discord in my Discord I put here. Let me do this right quick. In my Discord I put I've never pressed the show dirt button before. That was an accident. I put a list of things that make me not want to review shows. I don't know if there's a show I can never say I would never review, but there are certain factors in a show that make it very less likely that I'm going to review it. So anything that's not safe for work, that makes it less likely because I'm a safe for work kind of person. So I try to make my channel safe for work. Like even without YouTube's guidelines, you know, YouTube punishes channels that aren't safe for work, but even without that, I would still be trying to make safe for work videos. So anything that deals with politics, I try to stay away from, just because the video becomes about the politics rather than the show. Anything that deals with depression or premature game overs, because I have very insensitive opinions. And there was something else, but I can't remember it right now. It's not that I won't review stuff like that. I have reviewed stuff like that for all those topics. It's just that it makes it less likely that I'm to review stuff like that. Since you plan to cover Miraculous Ladybug, would you consider covering Totally Spies? Yeah. So one thing that's interesting about the channel right now is that it's getting a lot of people who want millennial cartoons, because Justice League attracted a lot of millennials, and so a lot of people are asking for millennial cartoons now. Beforehand, I used to comment about how most cartoon reviewers were reviewing millennial stuff, and I was segregated from that, but seems that's no longer the case. Excuse me. When is the next King of the Hill video? That was the next video I was planning on working on, but like the script wasn't coming out right, so I decided to take a break from script writing, which is why I'm streaming right now instead of releasing a video. But it may or may not be the next video that comes out. We'll see. It was supposed to come out before the Static Shock one, but I wanted to get the Static Shock one out by June 19th so I could make that joke. Jay the Real McCoy, thank you very much. Hi, Billy Mays here with a special TV offer for Power Washer. DJ BJ32, again, I rewatched Rugrats OG. Now I'm a classic Christmas kick. I watched the Ronald McDonald VHS movies as told by Ginger, and now I'm on Rocket Power. Yo, the Ronald McDonald's movies, I watched those so much. Like you could put those on right now and they would distract me. The only one I never saw was the one with the birthday party, because it came out like really a lot later than the other ones. But the camping one especially, like I have pretty much all the songs memorized from the camping one. There's nothing like the great outdoors in the far-flung forest. It's the best, of course. If you want to get close to the greenery, then camping in the wild is the place to be. I binge-watched Daria because of your review of The Misery Chick, and now it's one of my favorite shows. I'm still watching Daria. Once the stream is over, that's probably what I'm going to watch. I'm in the middle of season 3. Or, no, season 2. Season 2. It's very close to season 3. Or it might be season 3. I'm not sure. It's either season 2 or season 3, but it's the one. I stopped in the middle of the one with Jane's birthday. So far, I really like C Jane Run, and I really like Arts and Crafts. Those are like the big two for me right now. Have you seen Camp Camp? I have not seen Camp Camp. Thoughts on the new Clone High? I didn't see the old Clone High. I didn't realize the Clone High that's out right now was new. I was like, when I saw the new Clone High, I was like, wait, I thought that show got canceled. It's still going? Is Quinn still your favorite character, or has that changed? I thought Quinn was gonna be my favorite character. She never really was. I just suspected she was going to be because of how her attitude is. Like, I usually like characters like that who are super confident and considered by the show to be super attractive and whatnot. But Quinn, like, I don't hate her, but she's not doing it for me like I thought she was going to. I think my favorite character is Brittany. Like, I just really enjoy Brittany because she's so happy-go-lucky. And I like my brain's drawing a blank here. The football guy too. I like him too, but I like Brittany more. Clona Clocks 999/celery. Here you go. I'm too nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Always appreciate the donations. Usual YouTube spiel. They help. Every little penny helps me. Which it does. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it does help me. The next thing on the business playlist is a desk. I need a new desk, but I'm probably not gonna get that one for a while because I don't want to put the desk in here. So I'm probably gonna like move before I get a desk or something like that. Hey Shady Doorags, are you still watching Daria? Yes, I am. And how have you been enjoying it? I have very much been enjoying it. I will say this, like, Daria herself is really funny. The character Daria, she's really funny and I like her, but she also frustrates me. Because the show calls her out on this too. She's, like I said in the last video I did, she's so negative. She's very negative about life. But like, I don't hate the show for it because after, like, I think that episode that I reviewed, the one with Tommy Sherman, I think that episode is like the only episode where I felt they didn't properly call Daria out. Like, every other episode when Daria does something that frustrates me, they call her out. Particularly the one that comes to mind is the one where she went to the advanced school with Jody. Like, they were like, Daria, you got accepted into this really smart school. And I'm like, oh, good. So Daria will finally have something to be happy about because she's a smart person. She takes pride in her brains. So, and she wasn't happy. Like, she was like, oh, great. Now I can go to a school where they make fun of me for not being as smart. I was like, oh, my goodness, this girl, she finds a gray cloud for every silver lining. And I can see what BoJack Horseman was talking about when they said Diane is Asian Daria. I can see what they were talking about now, because she reminds me a lot of Diane in that regard. Though I like Daria way more than I like Diane. And again, the episode does call her out on it, because in the Jody episode, like, Jody was saying the whole time, like, you can't just hide behind negativity. Even if you happen to be right, you'll miss really good experiences by just constantly shielding yourself behind negativity. Do you genuinely think Daria is a good show? From what I've seen so far, yeah. Like, the point of Daria is to commentate on the teenage life of the 90s. I wasn't a teenager in the 90s. I was born in the 90s. And most of my premature childhood was in the 90s. So I don't have the experience to say whether or not it's accurate. But what I can say is that looking at the characters they have given me, they are making accurate commentary on those characters. Shady, have you seen Mission Hill? I have not. Is there a character you like but would hate to be around IRL? There are a lot of characters like that. I love Jinx from Arcane. I would not like to be around her. I love the Joker from Batman. I would hate to be around him. And Brittany, like I would probably, well, yeah, I would probably hate to be around Brittany. The thing is, I'm very antisocial, so there aren't a lot of people I like to be around. Shady, are you planning on making a BoJack vid, or do you want to but chose not to? I have several BoJack videos on my channel. Do you mean a new BoJack video? Because there's a whole play, like that's how my channel got started. It was BoJack Horseman videos. I do not have any plans right now to make a BoJack Horseman video. My brain is pretty much done with BoJack. Like I keep thinking of maybe making another video on this topic or that topic, but I'm not that interested in it. It's not impossible. You know, something might come up where I'll be like, oh, that would be a good video. But, you know, it feels like a past part of my life in regards to the channel. Vita, thank you very much. Appreciate it. No message there. The Macho and Cheetah, wow, thank you. Thank you for the hefty donation. Member in Superman vs. Predator. Superman was hit by a virus for exploring the Predator ship, thus losing his powers slowly. When stalked by a predator, he faked being weak, only to sucker punch it before fully losing his powers. I have never heard of that story. The most interesting Superman story to me is Red Sun. Red Sun is Red Sun is probably the third best comic series I've ever read. The first is Kingdom Come. I absolutely love Kingdom Come. I think it's a brilliant story. And then the second is Planet Hulk. Planet Hulk was just, oh, Planet Hulk was so good. And Red Sun's really good too. Red Sun is really good. The Bane baby gas mutates you the more exposure you get, so minimum exposure gets the best benefit powers, but still human. Oh, I guess that is true, yeah. Because, because Virgil has the same powers as, Hot Streak. Only Hot Streak is heat, Virgil is electromagnetism. And Hot Streak got exposed to way more gas. Like, it does mutate you the more you're exposed to it, you're right. But I was about to say, oh yeah, that's right, because Virgil was on his way out, so he mostly stayed human. But no, because Virgil has almost the exact same powers as Hot Streak, and Hot Streak was caught dead in the middle of the gas. But yes, you are correct. The Bang Baby gas does mutate you the more you're exposed to it. That's proven in the very last episode. Ever see Invincible, Shady? If so, any opinions? Invincible? Oh yeah, I was my brain thought of Infamous when you said that, and I was like, that's a video game. What are you talking about? Yes, I've seen Invincible. A lot of people asked me to review Invincible when it came out, but honestly, by the time I watched it, I had nothing to say. Like, everybody had already said what I said. It's like, oh, a great twist. Extremely good dialogue. Everybody hates Amber. So I felt like I couldn't really add to the conversation after I watched it. Have you ever done something actually shady? Oh, there's no comma there. Have I ever done something shady? I cheated on a paper in was it 8th grade? Yeah, in 8th grade. But at the time, I didn't know it was cheating. I just suspected it was cheating because they didn't properly teach us how to cite things back then. They don't teach you that till high school, or they didn't teach me that till high school. Have you ever seen or heard of moral oral? Yes, that is. Oh, that's the last category that I probably won't review. Anything that has to do with religion. Moral Oral is a show I get asked to review a lot, and I always tell people, like, I can't deal with Moral Oral because it deals with religion, and I would have to, before I could talk to the internet about that, I would have to deal with that aspect in myself. Also explain why Gear only gained the brain boost, no strength or speed, durability. Yeah, he only got the fumes off of Virgil. Another one I get requests for is Bob's Burgers. That one I just have a hard time sitting down and watching. Because, like, I'll try to sit through an episode and the kids just annoy me so much. The son and the Sarah Lynn sister, they annoy me a lot. What are your thoughts on the episode where Daria babysits the two kids who were fed propaganda by their parents? She fed them propaganda. See, that episode was another one where I just noticed that, like, these were well-behaved kids, but Daria can only see negative, so she didn't see well-behaved kids. She saw brainwashed kids. And it's like, their parents were teaching them good hygiene and good stuff. Like, I understand why she's concerned, because anybody who's too obedient, which is a problem I used to have, can fall into a lot of problems. But those kids were, like, they weren't in danger of anything. If anything, the episode where she meets what's-his-face, who was sheltered his whole life, like, that shows what a good person can become when they take good advice. Like, he was physically fit, intellectually smart, and yeah, he didn't know much about the world, but he was still a person that Daria enjoyed being around more than anyone else. Are you going to talk about the Justice Lords? More than likely. There's a good chance I'll eventually hit most episodes of Justice League, but you know, I don't like to only stick to one show, so I gotta jump around with different things. The show I need to get back on is Avatar. I'm slacking with Avatar. Macho Echidna, thank you once again very much. Remember where Batman got his by a predator, so he had to hide and heal from his injury as Predator was committing war crimes on Gotham. He went round 2 with the Predator, and he only won by committing scumbag tactics. I remember I was talking to somebody about Batman, and they were like, they didn't like how Batman was kind of anti-gun, and like I had to explain to them, like, the comic itself of Batman is not that he is anti-gun. It's more of a symbolism type thing. Because the comics themselves say that if Batman were to ever pick up guns and get rid of his moral compass of not killing, he would create, like, a perfect world. What was it? Was it Countdown, or I think it might have been Countdown. Something established that if Batman stopped saying he wasn't allowed to kill and picked up guns, he would create pretty much a perfect world. The two kids were talking about how CDs were forced upon consumers to destroy vinyl record industry. How is that not propaganda? I didn't say, I don't know if I said it's not propaganda. My point is, Daria only saw that it was propaganda. Daria says the same thing. She says that exact same stuff. In fact, the episode with Jane's birthday was talking about how Jane didn't want to celebrate her birthday because freaking, because capitalism was gaining benefit from it. Although, to be fair, in that moment, Daria said, "Wait, that was more Jane than it was Daria." But Daria says stuff like that all the time, where she's like, the only reason this exists is because society wants us to do this, and we shouldn't support it because of that. Will you ever do a video on Spawn? That is less likely, but still possible. Because the way I do videos is I watch something, like something I want to watch, whether it's something I watched way back when or something new. I watch something. And then as I'm watching it, I get inspired to talk about something. And then I talk about it. And I try to talk about it in an entertaining kind of way. If I don't get inspired to talk about something, then there's nothing to talk about. I mean, I could make something up, but it's a lot harder for me to write a script on something that I don't feel inspired to talk about. It's still possible. But as the genie says, it's not a pretty picture. I don't like doing it. What in the world is that thing? What, this power washer? Or what I'm watching, because it's a satellite dish. DJ BJ32, watch any anime? Not currently. I used to be a big, this is a frequently asked question. I used to be a really big anime manga guy. I used to be a really big weeb. But through college, I slowly fell out of anime. And what did it was, I told this story a million times on this stream. But what did it was, I was watching 3 shonen animes at once. Like, I was already slightly falling out of anime. And I was watching 3 at once. It was Naruto, One Piece, and Hitman Reborn. I was watching those 3 shows at once. And all 3 of them had massive... They wasted my time massively. Naruto was going through a bunch of filler arcs, and I was just so sick and tired of it. Hitman Reborn, if you've never seen that show, like, it has such a good premise for its plot, but it wastes so much time. And One Piece was the Dressrosa arc, which if you've never seen the Dressrosa arc, it also wastes time. Like, they'll try to do one thing and they'll spend 3 episodes trying to do that one thing. So watching all 3 of those at the same time kind of just left a really bad taste in my mouth. And I just stopped watching anime. One show that would definitely get me back into anime is Detective Conan. Maybe Laura already beat me to it. Yeah, I've talked about this topic a lot during live streams. Like, because I love Detective Conan. I love just watching that show casually. Well, I should say I used to love, because I haven't seen it in a while. Maybe that's different now. But I constantly go to check Crunchyroll for it, and they just don't have it. Have you seen Hellsing? No, I have not. If you could have any 6 of any Pokemon, what would it be? Well, I only want 2, and that's Pikachu and Eevee. It would probably be Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, Eevee. I mean, that's pretty much it. I'm not really big on Pokemon. Oh, the one before Ninetales, Vulpix. Because I love foxes. When will you do Totally Spies video? When I get inspired to do one. Have you seen Attack on Titan? I've seen the first season. Why am I using this? There we go. I don't know why I was using that whole time. I'm contemplating going to see the Barbie movie in theaters. Just because I like going to the movies, so, you know, that'll be an excuse to go to the movies. But man, that's going to be embarrassing when I have to hand the usher my ticket. Have you seen the anime Zatch Bell? I saw a good chunk of it. I don't remember much of it. I remember the basic plot. You know, the whole tournament and book, and if a book gets destroyed. I remember that. It reminds me a lot of the Law of Weki. Just got here. Have you watched Spy Family? No, like anything that's come out in like the past, I don't know, 4 years, I probably haven't seen. Because I stopped watching anime around the time Naruto was still in the middle of the Great Ninja War. Sir, are you a Barbie girl in a Barbie world? I'm like, oh, that's what I'm going to find out. Going to review the DuckTales Christmas special or the Darkwing Duck 2 part. I'm tempted to because I really love DuckTales. Like, it's my favorite show of all time, tied with Avatar. But the Darkwing Duck video, as great as that video was, I genuinely do consider the Darkwing Duck video to be the greatest video on the channel. As great as that video was, like, not a lot of people showed interest in it. So I have to prioritize because I've got all these other shows that people want to see. But sometimes I do just have to do a passion project, which was the whole point of the Darkwing Duck video. The Robin video, the first Teen Titans video, that was also a passion project. So I was greatly surprised when a lot of people showed they were interested in that. I missed the story and lore of Code Lyoko and the fun spies adventures of Totally Spies. Code Lyoko brought, man, I like that show. That's what I'll say. I like Code Lyoko. I can't formulate my thoughts right now. Have you ever seen the Animal Planet show Lost Tapes? I have not. Thoughts on the DuckTales reboot? Well, I just said it's my favorite show of all time. Tied with Avatar. Do you watch wrestling? No, I used to when I was little, but I got really mad when I think somebody lost to somebody and I got really mad. I think it was John Cena beat Undertaker. I think that's what it was. And I was like, he had no reason being Undertaker. You know, obviously wrestling's fake. Everybody knows that. But it felt like, you know, badly written characters. Thank you very much. Have you seen The Flash? If so, what are your thoughts on certain egregious cameos? I don't watch the DC movies. Ghost Mason 6, thank you very much. Thanks for being such a cool person, man. I mean, you know, when you got it, you got it. But in regards to, like, I'm in a position right now where for a long time, I've gone through the notion of if I think something is going to be bad, do not watch it, because I don't want to give the people who make it reason to keep making stuff like it. So DC movies, like, I've barely seen any DC movies. I stopped watching Marvel movies after Endgame, with the exception of the Spider-Man movies, and She-Hulk was the only other exception because I wanted to do a video on She-Hulk. So yeah, I haven't seen the Flash movie, but at the same time, I feel like as a reviewer, I should expand my palette, and I should watch stuff even when I think it's going to be bad. It's just annoying because I believe in voting with your wallet. Shady, I will finish Avatar soon. No, 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 no. That is not a statement I am making. Will you review Villainous? I'm not sure what that is. DJ BJ, thank you very much once again. What's a show you will remember? What's a show you remember vividly, but people have forgotten? For me, it's Whatever Happened to Robot Jones. I'm pretty sure most people remember Whatever Happened to Robot Jones. That I remember vividly that people have forgotten. Pappy Land? That's probably one. I don't know if anybody still remembers Pappy Land. Rupert? I never hear anybody talking about Rupert. You ready for the new Avatar with Adult Team Aang? I'm not ready for anything new about Avatar because the original writers wrote Korra, and they showed me that even with the original writers, they can't redo Avatar's glory. Of course, there's more to it than that. Blah blah. One of the main writers wasn't one of like the main overseers. Like he wasn't the main writer, but he was the main overseer with the writing. I think is how you say it. He wasn't there, and also there was a lot of meddling from Nick. Rupert the polar bear. Yes, Rupert the polar bear. I don't remember anything about that show. I just remember watching it as a kid, and I remember the theme song ended with them saying Rupert, and he jumps off a swing. Do you watch Family Guy? No, though I have been looking at clips of it because freaking Toon Tariq is just so passionate about Family Guy. It makes me want to watch it, even though I started hating Family Guy like over a decade ago. Would you be interested in an Avatar prequel detailing Avatar, Roku, or the others? The problem is I don't trust anybody with Avatar stuff. The only team I would trust with Avatar stuff is Riot Games, because they made freaking Arcane, so they showed me they can make a good series. I don't trust anybody with that because freaking Shyamalan did his damage, and then the writers of Avatar themselves came with Korra and they did their damage. I'm just like, man, just leave it alone. I feel that about Maisie and Maggie and the Ferocious Beast. I've seen that around. Like when I go, sometimes I just look up old cartoon theme songs on YouTube. I see like Maggie and the Ferocious Beast. I see Maisie, but I never see Rupert. By the way, one of my favorite songs, which I listen to, it's on my Spotify, from when I was growing up, is the ending song from Bear in the Big Blue House. That goodbye song, it still hits me. Have you watched Ed, Edd n Eddy? Yes, it was my favorite show growing up. Can you do more Justice League and Batman Beyond? I will consider it. Lamb Chop, yeah. See, I would say Lamb Chop, but in a video I watched with Matt Pat, he mentioned it, and I was like, well, it's mainstream now, because somebody mainstream said it. But yeah, that is one I don't see a lot of people talking about, Lamb Chop. This is a song that never ends, 'cause it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing and not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because. I remember one time Miffy was on the beach trying to chill under an umbrella, and then someone took out the umbrella. That must be a conversation I was just overlooking. Comfy couch, yeah. Get ready to clown around with a lunette. Wait, what's her name? Lunette and Molly. A clown and her dolly on the big comfy couch. Wait, you already did a Beyond episode? I have not done a Batman Beyond episode. No. Hey, what do you think of Ruby? I've never seen Ruby. It doesn't look like my type of show. Hey, do you used to have an online personality you watch but regret doing so? For me, it was Linkara. That I regret? I mean, there are some online personalities that I don't like anymore, but regret? I don't know if I can think of any I regret. Hey, Shady, are you a Ben 10 fan? If so, would you do a character review of Azimuth or Ben? Possible. Ben 10 is a possibility. A lot of people showed interest in Ben 10 when I did the joke in the Starfire episode. But the thing is, with Ben 10, I only saw the first 3 series. I saw the OG Ben 10 Alien Force, and then I saw some of Ultimate Alien. Ultimate Alien really annoyed me, which is why I stopped watching Ben 10. Because there's a lot of continuity issues. I got really annoyed with Ben 10. And I know a lot of the more modern series have like somewhat fixed that by saying there's different timelines. Like when Alien Force came out, I was so taken aback by Ben's new personality. I'm like, this is not the same character. This Ben is so nice and thoughtful. But then when Vilgax came back in Alien Force, he's somewhat turned into the old Ben. Like he became a little bit more bratty and cocky like he used to be. But I think what tripped me out was just how dirty they did Vilgax. Vilgax was such a powerful entity in the first one. He was so threatening. And then in Alien Force, Ben just literally curb stomps him. And then when in Alien Force, when he finally gets the Omnitrix, he's like, how does it work? I'm like, what? Do you like reading fantasy adventure novels? Yes, but I don't have the attention span like I used to. I used to have a great attention span. I could just sit down and just concentrate on whatever. But after college, my attention span is just shot. I had a really good fantasy book, and I could not read that thing for 5 minutes without falling asleep. Like it was very interesting. I had that thing for months, and then I finally was like, okay, I have to return you to the library. What TV show forces bad ships? That would be Star versus the Forces of Evil. That's like the big infamous one. Gwen X Kevin was good for Alien Force, like because Kevin, Gwen, and Ben were 3 completely different characters in that show. I could see the original Gwen eventually getting with the original Kevin, but it would have to be a long journey because Kevin is not a good guy in the first one. He's nowhere near close to being a good guy. He was supposed to be Dark Mirror of Ben, which I think still holds true. Ladybug, yep, that's another one that forces bad ships. Remember that Batman Beyond arc with the plot of the virus where a supercomputer fuses dead heroes with machines or with other dead heroes to create abomination? Terry time travels to prevent the AI war. I don't remember a lot about Batman Beyond because I did not like Batman Beyond growing up. As an adult, I appreciate it now, but growing up, it bored me a lot. I was more into Teen Titans and Static Shock. What food do you eat? My diet is slowly changing to become healthier, but I have the taste buds of a 5-year-old. Quaygrass, thank you very much. Thoughts on Nick Cannon's nonsense? He's a good actor. I don't know what nonsense Nick Cannon is going through. I remember Nick Cannon growing up. Oh, what is this? Okay, my microphone just decided to update while I'm in the middle of stuff. Move! You guys can't see it, but my microphone just updated. Remember Gwen's brother Ken? Bro just poof. Who? No, I don't. Who are you talking about? A show no one ever talks about is Out of the Box. I make my podcast channel, the Box Cutter Podcast, where I cover the episode of Out of the Box. That's another one I feel like, see, a lot of people don't talk about children's cartoons in general. Like nowadays, we do hear a lot about Bluey, and we used to hear a lot about My Little Pony, but those are exceptions to the rule. Most reviewers don't talk about child stuff. Like I feel like a lot of people, if you said Out of the Box, they'd be like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't think it's been forgotten. You know, another one is Roly Poly Oly. Like, I don't think that's been forgotten. I think people just don't talk about it. Because it's a little kid's show. I have for a long time wanted to do a review on Starbeam, which is a little kid's show. But I need to get back to watching it. Out of the Box, let's jump into the picture. Yeah, a lot of shows did that. Where the first one I remember doing it is Blue's Clues. Blue's gonna do, we can too. Oh yeah, Arthur does get a lot of reviews. You're right, Diego. Roly Poly Oly doesn't have themes discussing, that's why. Well, yeah, a lot of these kids shows don't. That's the point I'm making though. They're not forgotten. Like you talk to a lot of people about Roly Poly Oly, they'll know what you're talking about. They're just not worth like a deep conversation. Honestly, I can't remember too many episodes from Roly Poly Oly. I remember the episode where Oly and his best friend, wow, I can't remember his name. Oly and his best friend traded bodies because his best friend had a square body, and they wanted to see what it would be like to be the other one. Shady, have there ever been any games with characters or lessons you want to talk about? Yes, Infamous 2, because I didn't like how Infamous 2 ended, even though it's one of my favorite games of all time. I probably will do this at some point, really want to talk about Cremia from Majora's Mask, because Cremia has one of the saddest stories in Majora's Mask. Because unlike everybody else in that game, her problems don't just go away when Skull Kid does. Her problems remain consistent. I'm trying to think of like a lesson from a game that really stuck with me. Virtual Storm, thank you very much. I just randomly joined. What's up? The sky is up. This satellite dish is up. This joke is what's up. Just a random chill stream. Answer some questions. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. If you want guarantee, do what you just did. Super chats. Did you see the ending of Camp Lazlo? The moose turned out to be a crazy person who impersonated the real counselor. I did not see the ending of Camp Lazlo. Camp Lazlo was not a show I really liked, but it was a show I watched a lot because it was on a lot during the summer. You know, there are those times of the day where you're pretty much guaranteed to be watching television. So because of that, the show that comes on during that time is the show that sticks with you. The one I love talking about is the 5 a.m. show. Because you've got to go to school and you're ready to go. You're just waiting for either the bus or your mom to take you or whatnot. So you're just going to chill, and your last moment of peace before you have to go to school is that 5 a.m. cartoon. for me, the 5 a.m. cartoon was Lilo and Stitch the series. Well, there's a bunch of them, but that's the one I remember most. That one and the Buzz on Maggie. And because of because of Adult Swim, Voltron was also one for me. Out of the Box was pretty groundbreaking for a preschool show because it had 2 people of color as the host, and cast of kids was also kept diverse. Was that groundbreaking? For its time, maybe. Let me think. Because this is one of those topics where a lot of people are like, oh, it's so groundbreaking because minorities are doing this, and I'm like, minorities have been doing stuff for a long time. That's why I never get behind that Ariel being black argument, because I'm like, do you know how many black actors there have been before this one? You know how many black characters there are? There are a lot. There are a lot of black characters. Who's your favorite voice actor, actress? I think my all-time favorite is Jim Cummings, but I do have a top 5. Jim Cummings, Tara Strong, Phil Lamar. Jim Cummings, Tara Strong, Phil Lamar, Cree Summer, and Gray DeLiz. Is that her last name? She has 2 last names. For those of you who don't know, Tara Strong, that's Timmy Turner, Twilight Sparkle, Batgirl. Phil Lamar, that's Static Shock, that's Green Lantern, that's Carver from Weekenders. Jim Cummings is a lot of people, but just to narrow it down, they all play a lot of people, but Jim Cummings is just the one I think of is just ridiculous. But Darkwing Duck, that's Jim Cummings. And to the Cree Summer, that's Almyra. Susie from Rugrats. Number 5 from Kids Next Door. And Gray DeLiz. Gray DeLiz is Vicky. Vicky from Fairly Odd Parents. Mandy from Billy and Mandy. She's Azula. Azula from Avatar. Those are my top 5. I'm gonna be honest though, like I do love I do love Phil Lamar's work, but he's at the bottom of that list. There is a possible future where Phil Lamar is no longer in my top. I think my absolute top is between. I want to say it's between Gray and Jim. Oh yeah, she's Daphne from Scooby-Doo. That's right. I always forget that one. Like that's one of the big ones, and I always forget that one. And it's easy to think that Cree Summers doesn't have range because she constantly plays, like, you can easily recognize her voice in almost everything. But if you've ever heard Kita from Atlantis, it's like, that does not sound like Cree Summers' typical performance. Also, I always put an S at the end of her name. I think it's just Cree Summer. See, I love Mark Hamill, but like when I hear his voice, like I immediately know who it is. And I'm trying to be hesitant about this because ProZD just released a video saying that it's not a voice actor's job to disguise their voice; it's to make it sound like the character. So, and I see what he's saying because Cree Summer does that all the time. Like I don't care if Cree disguises her voice. Hearing Cree Summer come out of anything is like it usually fits. I think her voice didn't fit for Penny from Inspector Gadget. Shady, have you seen Transformers Prime? No. I'm not a huge Transformers fan. Growing up, I watched some of the cartoons. The one I remember the most is the one with the little robots. Minicons, I think this is what they're called. That's the one I remember most, but I didn't watch a ton of Transformers. I also somewhat watched Beast Wars. Beast Wars was the first Transformers cartoon I ever saw, and I watched it for a while, but it was that time in your childhood where you like don't really remember stuff, you just remember watching it. So I got confused when Transformers came out again and Optimus Prime was a truck, because I was like, isn't he supposed to be a gorilla? Like, have you ever played Stardew Valley? No, I have not. You like crazy acting characters? Do you like characters who go ballistic or love fighting, for instance? I can like crazy characters. It's not guaranteed. Like, I'm not necessarily drawn to them, but like I do love Jinx. Jinx is a great character. And by that, yes, I do love Jinx from Arcane, but I'm specifically talking about Jinx from League of Legends. Jinx from League of Legends is a different kind of crazy than Jinx from Arcane. Jinx in League of Legends is a fun kind of crazy, kind of like the Joker or Harley Quinn, with not as much emphasis on death. She's more about destruction and explosions. One video, like, I think is one of Jinx's best videos is the Odyssey trailer, because that whole trailer stars Jinx, and she has such a fun personality in that trailer. But one character who is technically crazy, who I didn't like, was, I want to say, I think the enemy was called Akami ga Kill, the one with the dog. Good gravy, I hated that character. I thought you were talking about Jinx from Pokemon. I think crazy can be fun, but it can also be it can also be annoying. I hate they made Harley discount Deadpool in the new stuff. I haven't seen any of the new stuff with Harley Quinn. I've seen clips from that Batman cartoon that she was in, where it's her, Batman, and Nightwing. But I haven't really seen much of her like in the live action stuff. Speaking of Kita, do you think an Atlantis remake would work better as a streaming series or a movie? That could be a series. I mean, the concept of just exploring something, it's a journey. So you could have a lot of episodes doing that, especially since they're trying to survive. But Kita is such a big part of that movie that just having them trying to survive without Kita, I'm not sure how well it would go. Love your latest Static Shock video and King of the Hill ones. Thank you very much. DJ BJ 32, once again, ever seen Time Squad? It had Mark Hamill doing a flamboyant Joker voice and had the Clone High type of animation. I did watch Time Squad. I don't remember too much from it. Yeah, that's all. That's like it wasn't the biggest thing for me. It didn't really leave that much of an impact. I do remember it though. Making history fun. You mean making fun of history? Have you read Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit? No, I do not have the attention span. I don't have the attention span to read easy books, let alone four of the longest books. Well, I guess they're not four of the longest books, but they're just like There's so much in them. Do you ever read the Grimm comics with Grimm Jr. and Minnie Mandy? It was a hybrid. No, I've never heard of that. Any actors or actresses that you hate so much you won't see the movie or show? That I hate? I mean, right now I don't like Ezra Miller, but I don't know if I can say I hate him. If I recognize her, maybe that black girl from the Chipmunks movie. I don't really hate her. It's just her acting was so bad in the Chipmunks movie, it offended me. So I would be hesitant to see something else that she was in. I don't know if there are any actors. I'm just like, yeah, no, I don't want to see it because they're in it. Like, one big thing for me is separating art from artists. So even if there's something an actor does that I don't like, that won't necessarily make it so I won't watch their stuff. What's up, Shady? My height, as per usual. As is my sense of humor. It's very high up there. Shady, I wasted like 3 hours watching that crap Cleopatra documentary. Please help me forget about it by talking about TV shows. Well, I have a whole channel where I talk about TV shows, so just grab a playlist. I mean, I'm not a big documentary person myself, though. I have seen some documentaries that hold my interest, but usually because I'm watching it with somebody. Shady, do you like Danganronpa? Nope, never played it. Who let this satellite dish get this dirty before calling someone to clean it? Well, we're in a desert, so there was probably like a storm. Oh, my sinuses. I think, is there something with talking that makes your sinuses act up? Because whenever I record, like, my sinuses are fine, but then after I've been recording for like 30 minutes, they start acting up. And I'm like, no, why do you do that every time I record? Or maybe it's all the water, because I constantly drink water when I'm, oh, drop my water. I'm constantly drinking water when I record as well. I'm not drop my water. Gotta make sure it's not spilling. I put the lid on it, but ow. Ah, the side of my chair hit my ribs. Are you on Mars? I don't think so, because there's other stuff here. I haven't been paying attention. Also, there's an atmosphere, so yeah, we couldn't be on Mars. Oh wait, doesn't Mars have an atmosphere? Just a weaker one? I rarely speak, so I cannot say. See, that's something I say all the time too. I don't talk a lot, which is why my whenever I do these live streams, like my throat starts to give out. But I lost my voice a couple weeks ago, and I didn't realize how much I just mumbled to myself. Like, until you can't do it, you don't realize how much you do it. Maybe you breathe back too much gunk from your throat. That happens sometimes to me by just breathing in the shower. Maybe. Shaker Maker, thank you very much for the donation. I don't want it to sound inauthentic, so like I don't but like these donations are greatly appreciated and they do genuinely help me out. I know it can come across like I'm just like being scripted. That's one of the things I have a hard time with is genuinely saying thanks, because it's like you can go over the top and be like, oh, thank you very much. Or you could just, you know, say it as a matter of fact, oh, thank you very much. And it's like, you don't want to sound unappreciative, but you also don't want to sound phony. This is what why I have a hard time like with gifts. It's like I love accepting gifts, but I have a hard time saying thank you when it happens. Did you like Danny Phantom? I loved Danny Phantom until season 3. I absolutely loved Danny Phantom, which isn't a surprise because Danny Phantom took a lot from Spider-Man. You know what I like about you, Shady Doorags? Your opinions are honest, and sometimes people need to hear truth because some people seem to live an enabled delusion. Yes, that is very true about modern society. I live by a factor that most people, I would say, I don't like absolutes, so I'm not going to say always, but most of the time, the truth is the best way to go about stuff. Or at the very least, not a lie. Like, I'm fine with people not knowing information. I don't like people knowing false information, unless they're like, you know, they're your enemy. But of course, I know it does take some mental like training to put your opinion out there online, because I've been online for a good while, and I've seen what happens to people when they put unpopular opinions online. So it's like I know how it can get to people. I've mentally trained myself. Other people would just like cave under certain pressure. Also, I grew up with unpopular opinions, so. Do you play D&D? Yes, I do play D&D. I play Pathfinder. I did not play 5e, I play Pathfinder. The difference between the two is Pathfinder is a lot more complicated. 5e is very simplified, which I'm not going to say is a bad thing. It's why it's so popular, is because anyone can pick up 5e and play it, whereas Pathfinder, you kind of have to be a gamer to appreciate Pathfinder, because it's really good with specialization, which is why I like it. But it's extremely complicated. Compared to 5e. I'm trying not to down talk 5e because I don't like it as much, but I think it's a good system. It's just, I think it's for casuals. How much would it cost for you to check out a show? I don't charge like that. I just suggest it. So I don't think there's any way you could guarantee I'll check out a show. Like, you can coerce me with money, but that's not going to be a guarantee. Maybe someday I'll do that. Just be like, you know, donate like $50 or something. I don't know. Because my best, in my opinion, my best videos come out when I am passionate about what I'm talking about. So if I'm like obligated to talk about something, I feel like I make just because videos. Although you did say just to check out a show, not to review it. Because like I appreciate donations and stuff like that, but I just want to share my opinion and make people laugh. And it's just a blessing that I can do it while making money. You know, as a business, obviously I need to think about making money, but as the person making the videos, I just want to make good videos. Any thoughts on branching over to Rumble? I'm on Rumble. I just don't really do much with it. Like I I have it so that the videos that upload to YouTube automatically upload to Rumble as well. Green paper is important. Yes, it is. Well, if you want to run a business, yes, it is. Have you seen As Told by Ginger? Yes, I have. I did not like As Told by Ginger growing up. It was not my cup of tea. And in hindsight, I don't like the friendship that happens in As Told by Ginger. I think it's... If the Proud Family didn't exist, it would probably be one of the worst animated friendships of all time. Did you see Terrell on the Dotted Line sequel show? Yes, I did. I actually... Because the sequel show just came out... excuse me. A lot of people are requesting it. I'm getting a lot of requests to review the sequel show. I don't know if I can because it's so political. And if I make a video on that show, it's going to be about the politics. And that can be a very isolating experience. Like, I don't mind talking about politics necessarily. It's just whenever I do, the conversation shifts to the politics instead of what the cartoon is about. But like the plot and the characters and stuff. Okay, I'm convinced that's not dirt. Those are just spots. Where's the other vent? Oh no, the vent's a separate item. I wish season 3 started with Ginger ditching Dodie and Macy and just hanging with Darren and Courtney. Courtney was done so dirty in the final season. I don't remember the plot that much. The main thing I remember about As Told by Ginger was she spent the whole movie trying to get with that boy, and then they broke up in like the next season. And the other thing is when Dodie and Macy tried to get Ginger to break up with the black dude, Darren, I think is his name. Also, when Dodie tried to expose Courtney for having lice. Like, Courtney is a type of character that I really like. A proud, confident, and competent character who because of her lifestyle in the upper class has a much different view on the world. Will you ever review the Oolongs? Not likely. At least not anytime soon. It's always possible that I'll review anything. But I can't see me reviewing the Oolongs anytime soon. Because the Oblongs or whatever they're called. Because there's so much on my plate right now. In terms of like just because my audience has widened, and so I'm going in like 3 different directions in shows that people want me to talk about. Whoa, I didn't mean to come up here. What are some character assassinations you just hate? Character assassination. Well, there's Bruce from She-Hulk. The Hulk's character was absolutely assassinated. You could argue She-Hulk character was assassinated. Let me think, because I know I have opinions on this. I'm just having a hard time thinking about them now because I'm streaming. Let me think for a second. So character assassinations that I hate. I have to think on that one. I shouldn't have to. Like, if in a casual conversation you came up to me and said, what are some character assassinations you hate? I feel like I would have a list just ready to go. But for some reason, I'm drawing a blank right now. Like, Hulk is definitely the biggest example. Ever seen My Hero Academia? I don't like Deku. He never did anything towards his dream until All Might trained him and was just handed power. Oh, I was supposed to start watching My Hero Academia. I told somebody I would and I forgot. The Will Meister, thank you very much. Mr. Doorags, I like your video and respect your opinions, but I don't think Cotton is likable even at the end. Fox should let them make Tom Anderson from Beavis and Butthead as Hank's father. Well, I think objectively that is false because a lot of people like Cotton. But I guess if we're talking about an objective definition of Cotton, then it wouldn't necessarily objectively be true. I guess it would be subjectively be false. I'm not sure. I might be misusing that word. The thing about likability is you don't have to be a good person to be likable. Likability comes from doing things that people like to see in a character. Cotton, as evil as he is, and I do believe he's evil, a lot of people like him because in the end, he's funny. Like, this is what shows like She-Hulk and Velma just absolutely got wrong. If they had been funny, they could have gotten away with almost everything they did. But they weren't funny, so their characters never come across as likable. Are these okay? These railing poles are individual pieces. Oh, I thought this rail was one big item. Any opinions on Warhammer 40k? No. All my nerd friends constantly talk about Warhammer 40k, and I have no idea what they're talking about. What is this game? This is a power wash simulator. You put a power wash and you simulate washing stuff. I recommend it. Like, it's a very relaxing game. This is the game I play on stream because I don't have to think while playing it, so it gives you guys something to look at while I'm answering questions. I've tried to play other games, but I get distracted by them. But I recommend it because not only is it relaxing, but the story to me is like pretty engaging. There is a story that happens. It's like, it kind of happens like behind the scenes. And I thought it was pretty neat. They've expanded the story. I wasn't paying attention to what the phone dude was saying on in here because I was answering y'all's questions, but apparently they've expanded the story. What do you look for in an adult animated show? I don't look for anything in an adult animated show. When I turn on any show, I want to be entertained in a certain way. Cartoons specifically, I usually just want to lose myself either in comedy or in action. I mean, if they make me think, that's fine. But that's not usually what I'm looking for. Did you ever read Animorphs? Yes, I did, but I don't remember anything. The only thing I remember reading from Animorphs is there was they had to turn into flies so that they could go onto an airplane. And they did so in the bathroom. But one of the kids, somebody came into the bathroom while they were turning into a fly. And they got stuck in the toilet. And they managed to get out. But They got swatted on their way to the airplane, and the only way to heal themselves was to turn back into a kid, which they did in the airplane bathroom. That's the only thing I remember from Animorphs, even though I did read. Shady, have you seen Mask of the Phantasm Batman movie? Please tell me you have. I have no memory of it. I'm pretty sure I did, but I have no memory of it, except from what I've seen in reviews. I don't remember watching it. Quick recommends of cartoons that really make you think. BoJack Horseman, Agretzko, that really make you think? Love, Death, and Robots. Oh, that poll's clean. That's why it's not pinging. Have you seen Midnight Gospel? No, I have not. There we go. The poll's done. The railing's done. The polls look like they're done. The Willmeister, thank you very much. The biggest character assassination to me is Superman in the DCEU. A lot of people like him, but as a longtime Superman fan, that simply wasn't him. He was done wrong on CW, but even they fixed him. Yeah, that you might have just said mine. I was so angry when I saw Man of Steel. I knew it was going to be bad. Like, I knew Man of Steel was going to be bad. But good gravy did I rage when I finally saw it. Because the only reason I watched it is because my family was watching it at the time. It was like during Thanksgiving or something. Okay, the underside and the overside. But yeah, I tried when it first came out, there were people defending Man of Steel, and I was like, no, y'all don't understand. That is not Superman. That is a regular guy wearing Superman's uniform. Like, there are ways to do a darker Superman story. That was not it. That might actually be my answer, because you just reminded me how heated I was when I first saw that. My brain kind of accepts it as a fact now that the DCAU just sucks in general. Not the DCAU, the DC Cinematic Universe just sucks in general. My sinuses, please. Alright, this is annoying me. I'm gonna go do something about this. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Still got a little sniffles, but that was the best I could do. What's with all the E's? There's a lot of hate for Soups, apparently. People who only watch the movies and shows clown on him a lot. So, from my understanding, a lot of people like smack talking Superman comes from, because this is where I first started to see it. It was when Death Battle did their fight of Superman versus Goku. And they tried to make Goku fans feel better by saying Goku is a great character because he has limits. So a lot of people took that to mean that Goku is the better character than Superman. And so now they dog on him because he doesn't have limits. And it's like, no, he's telling a different type of story. The point of Superman's story is not whether he's going to win. It's that he's a god among men and he wants to protect them. Like, yes, they will sometimes have individual moments where he's trying to do something hard, but that's not the point of his character. All right, I think I got... Oh, no, this stupid thing. What is wrong with it? There's like a little smear of dirt somewhere. Greetings, welcome to all new people who just got here. Just doing a chill stream today, because I felt like it. And just answering some questions. So you got questions, holla at me. If you want to guarantee that I read your question, because I don't always get it, that's what super chats are for. The Willmeister, thank you very much. Earlier you mentioned separating the art from the artist. As a black man, I do that when I rewatch Dilbert and read the comics. Are you a fan of Dilbert in any capacity? I've seen a couple of things of Dilbert. I don't know what you're referring to when you say as a black man. My example is what's that dude's name? I want to say Orson Scott Wells. Whoever wrote Ender's Game, because Ender's Game is my favorite book of all time. But he has some opinions that I don't agree with. I have seen Dilbert around. Why can I not go down this ladder? I have seen Dilbert around, but I'm not like a huge fan of it. Can I have my poll, please? Thank you. And another thing is YouTubers. YouTubers is one I use all the time. In fact, the example I use all the time when it comes to YouTubers is Johnny Two Cellos, because Johnny has different political opinions than me, but I don't care about that. He makes really good YouTube videos, and I tell people all the time, go check out his channel. And, you know, I've had in the past people come onto the channel and be like, oh, Johnny is too liberal, Shady. And I'm like, well, I don't care about that. I think his videos are extremely, extremely good. Although, really, when you get down to, like, most cartoon reviewers are more liberal than me. So I'm right-leaning. Anyway, I don't want to talk about politics. Why did I bring that up? My favorite anime? Detective Conan. Or Case Closed. I don't know if I have a spirit Pokemon, but my favorite Pokemon is between Eevee and Pikachu. Yes, the most normie answer you can give. That is what I gave. Because after the first 150, like, I didn't follow Pokemon. Shady, what's a show that did bad but you think could deserve a proper remake? A show that did bad but could deserve a proper remake. I mean, maybe I don't know. I don't know if this answer counts, but I didn't like Korra. But the story was there for Korra. Everything was there for Korra. It's just the writers did some really amateur mistakes, which is, it blows my mind because they're the same writers from Avatar. Velma, yeah, Velma's a good answer. Joby Kenobi, yeah, that's a really good answer. Velma had they had the premise of Velma is like, oh, the Scooby-Doo gang, but in a more adult environment. That's a fantastic idea, and they destroyed it. They utterly destroyed it, and obviously it was because like this is speculation, but pretty much everyone accepts it as true. It's that this wasn't meant to be a Scooby-Doo property. It was meant to be a separate high school property. They just threw Scooby-Doo on it so it would get approved. But Velma is absolutely an example of a show that if it was redone, it could definitely be something. Like the whole thing with Velma being Indian, right? Like normally I'm somebody who complains about stuff like that, but it was a complete remake. Like you can get away with stuff like that when it's a complete remake. I've said that before. If you want to change the character design drastically, a remake is the time to do it. But they just they screwed up so bad. And it's so annoying because they like the premise the premise of that show is, this is really how the Mystery Inc. got started. It was me, Velma. It wasn't Fred. It's like they had such a there's a YouTuber by the name C-Puff Person. She explains this a lot better than I'm about to explain this. So go check her channel out. But the premise should have been that Velma was good at solving mysteries, but she wasn't good with people. So Fred, who's good with people, should have been the face of Mystery Inc. while she was the brain behind it. And that's where it should have gone. But goodness gracious, Velma just does so. I debate on what's worse, Velma or She-Hulk. She-Hulk is another one. She-Hulk is a show that could have been done well. That could be done well if it's remade. I debate which one is worse though, Velma or She-Hulk. And the reason, like, I feel like Velma just did so much worse than She-Hulk. But the thing that She-Hulk does that I think should be absolutely condemned is in the final episode where it makes fun of itself, and it doesn't stick to the story it has written. Velma, at the very least, even though Velma made fun of itself as well, Velma at least stuck to the story that it wrote for itself. She-Hulk bailed on its own story, and it's like, you wrote this. Why are you bailing on it? So I think Velma does way more wrong. It's just that one thing I think is something a story should never do. Well, again, I don't like absolutes, but I don't think a story should bail on itself. Yeah, She-Hulk and Velma, they are definitely ones that could do better if they're remade. Take Velma, take the rights of Scooby-Doo, give it to a completely different team, and you will make so much money because everyone will just want to wash the taste of Velma out of their mouths. Shady, what's your favorite type of plot? Fantasy. Although that can be generic because fantasy isn't a plot, it's a setting. My favorite type of plot. I like comedy, I like action, I like adventure. Let's see, my two favorite shows are Avatar and DuckTales. Both of those are adventure, both of those are comedic, and both of those are action focused. Well, DuckTales more adventure than it is action. Shows that give energy like One Punch Man. I love Agretzko songs. Agretzko, man. Agretzko fell from grace, man. I loved season 1 and 2 of Agretzko. In season 3, even though I had issues with Haida, like I still thought overall that season was amazing. But season 4 and 5, man, just they especially season 4. Season 4 dropped the ball so hard. A character being named Red Herring has been done in Scooby-Doo. That's a pup named Scooby-Doo. Oh yeah, you're aware of that. So you want to redo it. There was a video game, it was a mystery video game. I never played it, but I saw somebody play it on YouTube. Where one of the clues was a literal red herring. It's like you had it in your inventory. It's like, what is this? Oh, a red herring. For some reason, I thought that story would be more interesting than it was. What's your thoughts on Good Burger getting a sequel? Why? Hollywood is really just cashing in on millennial nostalgia. Like, my goodness. Good Burger didn't need a sequel when it first came out. You want to make one 20 some years later? Can't help but laugh these days when people that like a show or a game can't accept that others don't like it and make the excuse that it gets better after the first 50 episodes or the first 5. Oh my goodness. For me, with a show, it's the first 3 episodes. If a show is not good the first 3 episodes, it doesn't deserve your time. Now, I have learned to be more patient. So because of BoJack Horseman, I've learned to be a bit more patient because of BoJack Horseman. But I think if a person abandons a show after 3 episodes, they are right to abandon that show. And people saying, "Oh, this show gets better after a really, really long time," like if it's past the first standard first season, that's too much. It's not impossible. Not impossible. There are shows that have become great after their first season. I'm just saying people shouldn't be expected to last that long. How am I supposed to get down there? I don't have a good angle. The only reason I stuck with BoJack after episode 3 was because I saw the Mysterious Mr. Enter's review on it, and he said he got through the first season, and that's when it like started to open his eyes. So I was like, okay, I'll watch the entire first season, and then it was episode 4 where I became hooked on it because I was about to abandon ship on episode 3. What is your favorite Pixar movie? The Incredibles. And Marvel movie. That would be either The Avengers or Civil War. They're pretty neck and neck. I think The Avengers is objectively better than Civil War, but I like seeing superheroes fight, so. And DC. Oh, Marvel and DC. Marvel move and DC characters. I think that's supposed to say movie. Okay. My favorite DC character is Grayson, the original Robin. But if you're talking about the movies, I don't watch the DC movies, so. Zoe 102 doesn't deserve to exist. The way the production made the actress of Nicole quit the show is so messed up. Have you seen the One Piece live action trailer? And if so, what did you think? I've seen like pictures of it. I don't have interest in it, so I didn't watch it. Yes, I'm so glad Mr. Enter got over his blues and is making happy videos now and focus on cleaning up his name. Yeah, one thing I constantly said on Enter's videos was like he felt too negative most of the time. Like I know that's how he got to where he was, but his negativity was so strong. If he directed it at the wrong thing, it was too easy to not like him. Do you think independent animation can get enough traction in America? I'm just tired of animation as an art form being monopolized. Yeah, because we're doing it now. There's a lot of independent animators online. The internet has made it easier for a lot of independent people to do stuff. But I try to be cautious when I talk about animation because I know nothing about animation. Like, I know absolutely nothing about it. And I've seen other people talk about animation and make fools of themselves. So I'm like, if you want to know about animation, go talk to Tariq or C-Puff or somebody who actually does animation, because I don't know anything about it. I just know what my eyes like. What's your favorite Disney Channel original movie? Disney Channel original movie. Luck of the Irish or Smart House? Don't Look Under the Bed was a good one. I kind of want to say Luck of the Irish. What are your thoughts on Goofy Movie? I would love to do a video on Goofy Movie because it's one of my all-time favorite movies. The problem is I don't know if I could get myself to make a good script. But yes, it is one of my all-time favorite movies. I listen to the songs all the time on my Spotify. If it's not in my top 5, it's definitely in my top 10 for movies. If you guys have never seen a Goofy Movie, it is extremely 90s. Like, it's a time capsule for the 90s. What are your thoughts on the Doorags? I never read the original book. I love the original adaptation of the movie. I absolutely love that version of it, and I like the modern version. I know it came out a while ago, but the modern version of the Doorags, even though I think it completely fails the message it's trying to send. Any Futurama episodes as your favorite? My favorite Futurama episode? I used to know this. I haven't watched Futurama in a minute. I'm not sure which one I'd say is my favorite. I know the late Philip J. Fry is just one of the best ones. All the ones I've reviewed, except for Game of Tones, are extremely good episodes. Like, they're up there for being one of my favorites. The song Biggering is legendary. Yeah. Thank you very much, ATM. I don't I don't disagree with that. I love that song. That's also on my Spotify. Power Wash Simulator give me a lot of Mario Sunshine vibes. Well, yeah, it's Mario Sunshine, but without the Mario. Okay, this is a bit more difficult. Got killed. Thank you very much. Hey, Shady, appreciate a content creator that is not preachy. You see Unicorn Warriors Eternal. Tadakasi don't miss. Okay, so yeah, that's something that I've heard a lot of people talk about. Unicorn Warriors Eternal. I think I first heard that from C-Puff. C-Puff person. I might be misremembering. Check something right quick. Yeah, I think I first heard that from C-Puff person. But yeah, I suppose I should check that out because a lot of people have been talking about it. This, I need to clean... Do I need to clean the top? Is that what's going on? Reflector mount. Because it says there's a lot of dirt on this reflector mount. And I don't see a ton of it. Oh, is that that part? Okay, up here. That's where it is. How am I supposed to get... Do I have a ladder? How am I supposed to get up here? Up there. Looks like Dry Subnautica. It does, actually. Were they both made on Unity? I'm pretty sure this was made on... not Unity. Yeah, Unity. I'm pretty sure this was made on Unity. What's your favorite DC animated series? DCAU or otherwise. That would be Teen Titans. If we're talking DCAU, then Justice League Unlimited. But if it's just any DC animated series, that would definitely be Teen Titans. Ah, be clean. Why won't this be clean? Did they give me a ladder? Because I really need a ladder. They gave me that thing. I see that thing. I need like a ladder. Now, I'm being serious. What is the name of this game? It's Power Wash Simulator. Maybe there's a ladder by the car. They usually give you a ladder, but they're not... I don't see one. Yeah, I see this thing, but I don't see a ladder. Any plans to review more Justice League episodes? Yes. I as a YouTube reviewer, it's good to like spread your content out of what type of stuff you talk about. Matt Pat talks about this. Like even when he has a lot of, Five Nights at Freddy's ready to go, he doesn't release them all at once because it sends the wrong message to YouTube and to his fans. Have you ever watched the Cartoon Network show Clarence? I remember watching it as a young adult and falling in love with how much of a love letter to childhood it is. There are some episodes of Clarence that really annoyed me, but one episode that just like broke my heart was, well, I don't know if broke my heart's the correct term, but it was the episode with I think her name was Bella. It was a girl that Clarence was talking to on the phone, and she was really shy. But because she was talking on the phone with Clarence, she got along with him, and then they got to meet up in real life, and she was really, really shy. I was just like, wow, that is adorable. I was wondering if you saw the new Spider-Man movies, and if so, what did you think of it? I'm guessing you're talking about the Spider-Verse movie. Hold on, let me read this. ATM, thank you very much. My favorite Spider-Man show is Spectacular Spider-Man. Happy they sort of brought it back. I also love LT Gray, The Adventures of Manny Rivera. I fell in love with LT Gray after it got canceled, and like I watched it so much after that. Spectacular Spider-Man, I say, is the best Spider-Man show, but my favorite is animated series because of nostalgia. But Spectacular is definitely the best one objectively. Yes, I have seen the latest Spider-Man movie, the Spider-Verse one. I think it's great, but it has some cliches in it that I don't like. The first one did too, but it had them to a much lesser degree. Like I think the first one is just a better movie. And I don't know if I agree with people who say like it pads itself out or whatnot. Like I never felt like anything was unnecessary, but it could have gone a little faster, I guess. What's your opinion on being black? I don't know if I have an opinion on it. It happened to me. I guess it makes it funnier when I make stereotype jokes about black people. That used to be my thing in college. I used to make stereotype jokes about black people, and the jokes were funny because they were coming from a black person. But if I was white, I probably would have done the same thing about white people. I just like to make people laugh. I do not have a proper way of reaching this dirt. It is up, and I don't have a ladder. I am rather particular to Spider-Man Unlimited. I mean, you like what you like. Yeah, see, I don't really have a way of getting the top of these on that side. I can do it on this side because there's a ladder. Where's your thoughts on Toy Story movies. I never saw 4. I boycott 4. It's one of those things where I'm like, I'm voting with my wallet. Because 4 should not have been made. 3 was a perfect ending to the series. And I was fine with those little mini cartoons they were making. But they should not have kept going after 3. And I think Doug Walker said it best. They should have called Toy Story 4 Woody the Cowboy and made it about Woody. And I was like, yeah, that would have done a lot better because the Toy Story is done. Them constantly trying to make something happen after the end is annoying. Oh my goodness, just be clean. Yeah, now they're making 5 because, you know, they want that money. We got to have money. And I keep falling off this stupid ladder. I'm working a convenience store register job, and I gotta say this stream is really nice to listen to in the background. I really enjoy hearing your commentary and jokes. Gracious very much. Why did they put dirt there? They're usually good about not putting dirt in places you can't reach. Like, they usually keep that clean. I can hang down here like Spider-Man. There's no fall damage, but your character does get dizzy if you fall too high. Maybe I could put the scaffold somewhere that I'm not thinking. Use my spider web to grab it. Nope, this was a terrible idea. Alright, this is as high as this thing can go. Can I jury rig this? It would be on the other side. Alright, come here, you. Would you consider doing a vid on Beast Wars Transformers? Not not at the moment. It's something that could happen, but it's not something I do at the moment. Some guy, thank you very much. I used to have that username. Looks like this game is using pretty dirty tact. Love your fit. 10 points to Gryffindor for that pun. All right. Okay. Got it. Yes. Yes. Oh. Wait. Yeah. Woo. Victory screech. Ah, finally. Jeez. right, so that's why they put it there. You can reach it. You just gotta, you really gotta use the scaffolding. All right, now we can do this. Is anything modern Disney does good? Depends on what you mean by modern. Because Soul came out relatively recently, and it was good. Can you change the stream title to what? I guess the answer to that question would be yes, I can change the stream title. I don't normally do that, so I don't know. The precise effects it would have other than changing the title. Okay, these panels are individual. That helps somewhat. Oh, the trim is by itself. How do you get your character to change expressions based on your tone while streaming and gaming? You're thinking of VTubing. And it's funny that I get asked that so much because I don't. My character, the thing about my character's expressions is that they are designed to fit a number of things that I say. So he does a very good job expressing himself whenever I want to really say anything. Kind of look behind the curtain there. Like the design of your character can really shorten your workload if you do it correctly. Because my avatar is only eyes, it says a lot about him without being too specific. Shady changes his avatar's expression with his toes. Shady, if you could live in any television show world, what show would you pick? In any television show world? Like I wouldn't want to leave my life, but without getting into the nitty-gritty of having to leave my life, because that is something I would not want to do. Not Marvel or DC. Those worlds are dangerous. Screw that. Especially DC, man. I think you said any television show world. Okay, so it has to be television show. I'm not sure. Like there aren't too many television shows I watch where I was like, I wish I was living there. You know, because here's something I say all the time. Like, a lot of people, they look at some sci-fi world or some magic world, and they're like, man, I wish I was living there, because if I did, I could do this, that. And I'm like, if you take our world that we have now and tell it to somebody from, like, the 1800s, they would think you were talking about sci-fi. You can still do all that stuff. You can still do like amazing things in today's world. It's just that your mind is used to it, so it doesn't take advantage of it. But if your mind is suddenly thrown into a world where you can do something you normally can't, like do a magic spell, you would take advantage of it because you normally can't do that. Like the shift in when there's a sudden shift in power, you suddenly appreciate it more. It's like when you get a brand new anything, like a brand new car or a brand new computer. You definitely appreciate the new stuff you can do. But as you continue having that brand new thing that you have, most people start doing less and less with it. So that's why it's like I rarely ever look at a world and I'm like, I absolutely want to live there. The only exception would probably be a world with like immortality. But even then, it's not that I would necessarily want to live in that world. It's just that I would want to bring that aspect to our world. Like, everything is relative, is the thing. There are definitely some worlds I just flat out wouldn't want to live in. Like, I have no desire to live in Star Wars. Like, first of all, being in Star Wars is only exciting if you're with the heroes or the villains. Otherwise, it's either boring or it's terrifying because these people are running around blowing ships and planets up. It's a war. All right, this is what the scaffolding is for. I gotta get. Jay Greenlee, thank you very much. Recently discovered your channel and have been binging. Enjoy your writing, humor, and commentary. By the way, ever since I noticed, I can't unsee your character's eyes, always looking downward left in your video. Yeah, that's... A lot of people have said that, like, they didn't realize his eyes were shades. They thought he just had really big pupils. And somebody told me it was from, like, they pictured it like Jake from Adventure Time. I didn't know what they were talking about until I saw Adventure Time. I was like, oh, I see. I still don't see it on my character, but I see what they're talking about with really big pupils. Because Barney the dinosaur has pupils like that too. I can't see it on my guy. It just seems to me like he's wearing shades. But I didn't design him with frames, so I kind of see what people are talking about. It does look like he's just got eyes. But I can only see shades. Oh, I forgot to do the trims. I feel like people who think about getting isekai into those worlds assume they'd be the main character in that world and would have plot armor. Man, there's one isekai I saw, it was a long time ago, I don't remember, but 3 characters at the same time got isekai'd, and one character was a little girl, and she immediately bet her life that she could do something. If she lost, she'd let the creature eat her. I was like, no thank you. I don't want to be in this world. Ever heard of Les Miserables? I don't know. I don't know if that's supposed to be Les Miserables or Les Miserables. I always pronounce it Miserables. Um, I've heard of it. I've never seen it. What is the big goal of this game? The big goal is to upgrade your equipment. Um, that's basically it. Because you go mission by mission, you get more money, and as you do, you get better equipment. And once you get like the ultimate power wash, you can do whatever job. You don't really think about the big goal because you just do it job by job. You just like you come into a game where this is just like a relaxing, non-thinking game, and you just like I just want to. It's essentially like coloring. Like it gives you the same feeling that coloring gives you. Like it's more about relaxing in a time wasting way than it is about like finishing the goal. I guess your character's goal is to just become more and more well known as a good power washer. But like he doesn't want to like buy anything ultimately. You the player probably want to buy you the player want to buy the best equipment, but your character doesn't really have that in mind. I would love to see Shady take on stuff like regular show. I'm supposed to start watching that. Daria is what has my attention right now. I was in the middle of watching Adventure Time and Steven Universe, but they start out really slow, and I got bored, and I switched to Daria. And I've said this before, but one of my big weaknesses with running this channel is that I don't watch television for fun. I watch YouTube videos for fun. So if I want to sit down and relax, I'm not like, oh, let me just put on this cartoon. No, I'm like, oh, let me see what this YouTuber has released. So sitting down and watching actual cartoons that I'm going to review, that's part of work. That's not part of my relax. Do you watch any Minecraft YouTubers? Not current ones. I've seen the entire PewDiePie Minecraft series. Both of them. I've seen both of those multiple times. I've seen the Jacksepticeye Minecraft series. But no, I don't watch any current Minecrafting YouTubers. I don't know if you take suggestions, but it'd be great if you did a video on the gun episode. Yeah, that everybody has been requesting the gun episode from Static Shock, because the gun episode and the one I reviewed are the most famous episodes from that show. ATM, once again, thank you very much. Do you not like DW Ride? If so, you're not DW. I don't know what that is. DW Ride? Is that something from Arthur? I've never heard of that. Wait, Arthur's last name is Reed. Is that supposed to be DW Reed? Did I pronounce it wrong? No, I don't like DW Reed. I detest DW Reed. That is her last name, right? DW Reed? I don't like Arthur's sister. I really do not. But the main problem is her parents. It's not her. She's the little sister demon from Arthur. Yeah, I got it eventually. I didn't know Reed was spelled that way. Have you seen Potato Wars? No, I have not. quick thoughts on what you've seen in Steven Universe Adventure Time so far. Well, I know where Steven Universe is gonna go, so I'm just waiting for it to get there, because there was a time where I was trying to like be part of the Steven Universe conversation, but it was like, it was when it was just discovered that Garnet was a fusion, and those types of episodes were coming out where they were plot heavy. So I was trying to be part of the Steven Universe conversation back then, but Cartoon Network constantly ran Teen Titans Go shows, episodes, and I got sick and tired of watching Cartoon Network because of it. Like, I don't mind Teen Titans Go, it's just they ran it so much I got sick and tired of watching it. Adventure Time, I know eventually, like, the tone shifts, and I'm waiting for that to happen as well. But, you know, there's the first good chunk of episodes is nonsensical, so. I mean, I felt the same way about Star versus the Forces of Evil, but I enjoyed Star a little bit more. Usually the nonsensical stuff is what I look for in a cartoon. Like, you know, just funny, having a good time. But I know those two shows are good because they're known for their plot. So that's what I'm waiting on. So I don't want to say what I've seen is bad so far. It's just that because I know what's coming, it feels like a waste of time. Will you make a review of Goofy Movie and Toy Story 1, 2, 3, and Incredibles? Not anytime soon. There aren't many movies that I feel like I could pull off right now. Any plans to continue the JL vids? Yes. We seem to have entered a superhero era on the channel, so there are lots of plans to continue superhero shows. A shady take on a Goofy movie would be so great. Yeah, see, that's the thing. A shady take. When I give a shady take on stuff, it takes like time and effort to like think of a good script. Did you ever read the Beastars manga? No. I'm not into manga right now, and they're a bit more difficult to come across in a library than other stuff. Or maybe I'm just not looking hard enough. Because I know they've blown up in bookstores, so. I remember when I was a kid, they were starting to become more popular than comic books, so I might just be false in what I just said. You, over here. I'm just making up excuses. Shady, have you given your thoughts on parenting a few good times? Hence why Goofy Movie would be great. Oh, Shady has given his thoughts on parenting a few times, hence why Goofy Movie would be great. With thoughts on parenting, you gotta be careful, because I'm not a parent, so I'm speaking from a place of, for lack of a better term, privilege. I can say stuff about raising a kid without having to practice what I preach. ATM, Beastars versus Zootopia. See, if it was just season 1, I would say Beastars. I didn't like season 2. And a lot of people predicted I wasn't going to like season 2. Because the thing I didn't like about season 1 was the whole mafia stuff. I was like, I loved that the story was taking place with simple characters in their simple lives. And I didn't like that this mafia gang came in and started taking over the story, and everybody's like, "Oh, well, you're gonna hate season 2." And like, I didn't hate it, but they're right. I did not like it. I did not like how big the story was getting. I liked that it was a simple story with school characters. So I would say Zootopia. I prefer Zootopia over Beastars. One thing about Goofy movie versus Goof Troop is that Pete is less of a villain in the Goofy movies. Yes, he is. I watched Goof Troop growing up, but I didn't pay attention to it. A Goofy movie is my first real introduction to Pete, and I did not understand why outside of a Goofy movie he was a villain everywhere else. Kingdom Hearts 2 confused me so much. I'm like, Pete is not a villain. He's just a neighbor. Like, what are you going through? And then I realized, like, Pete was a character before a Goofy movie. He was the original Mickey Mouse antagonist, I believe. Yay. All right, next one. These big dish plates are taking forever, but they're like the most relaxing because it's just back and forth lawn mowing. When you have to try to finagle your way in and reach under stuff, it's more annoying. But this just going back and forth, getting it done, that's relaxing. We should have a video about Shady as a villain. You mean I'm not already a villain? My plan is working. Pete is a coworker in the movie, right? In the first movie, Pete is Goofy's coworker, yes. He's still his next door neighbor, but they never show them as neighbors. In the second movie, they reestablish that they're neighbors. Yeah, H-Boss, I tried to watch the next episode, and like 30 seconds in, I was just like, I don't care about this. Like, H-Boss lost me. Their season two showed where their priorities are, and it's not in the right places when telling a story. It had me hooked with the Asmodeus episode, and then every episode afterwards slowly lost me. You like my evil laugh? Sometimes that is just my laugh. I have like various different laughs. I don't usually do like the finale, the ha ha ha, but naturally I do sometimes laugh like stuff like that. That's usually it. It's like a short burst. But not always. I have different laughs. Like sometimes I go high pitched. Like that. Have you watched anime Paranoid Agent New? Alright. That one's done. Whee! The water physics in this game are so interesting because it's not just the water hits it and then it's clean. Like, pressure plays a factor. Will you ever pull the TikTok prank, she's gone, you can come over? I don't know what that is. Probably not. I don't really watch TikTok. They scared me with that whole China nonsense. I watch TikTok videos on YouTube. If I wasn't scared of that whole China nonsense, I'd probably be on TikTok because I always wanted to do Vine before it died. And I was told by people that I'd be really good at Vine. Of course, I could just make YouTube shorts, but the problem is I don't like YouTube's shorts algorithm, but I'll probably get over that soon. I do have this rather expensive camera. This was my webcam because the internet told me it would make a good webcam, and then it overheated, and I stopped using it. So I could use this and make shorts with this. I mean, I don't know why my brain is thinking shorts have to be live action. Oh no, my brain is coming up with ideas for shorts. Shady, say whatever you're telling me to say. Don't tell me what to do. I do what I want. So I'm not gonna say stuff just because you tell me to say it. It's pranking your girlfriend with that text. No, I'm not ever gonna do that. I don't like how pranks tend to go on the internet. I've seen some funny ones, but like just the prank culture on the internet is alarming, concerning. That's the right word. It's concerning. We're gonna get a video on Cleopatra. Why? I don't see me doing a video on Cleopatra. I think my brain was overcomplicating shorts because, yeah, for some reason my brain was like, you should use the camera for shorts. You can't do like your usual videos. And now I'm thinking like, why not? The only thing is like, because I've made short videos before, I just didn't make them YouTube shorts. Because when I polled my audience, they said, don't make them YouTube shorts, just make them regular videos. And I don't like YouTube shorts UI. So I was like, yeah, if my audience doesn't want it, then no thank you. But now YouTube's doing this thing where shorts has become like an important part of the site. So suppose the next short video I think of, yeah, I can do that. You made the one short with Velma. Yeah, it was a short video. It wasn't a YouTube short. I got that idea after talking with another YouTuber when we were like, we were both like Velma totally gets snapped at during the, like, literally snapped at in the show, and it isn't cured. If you were a head honcho at a cartoon studio and could lay down one rule for all your cartoons, what would you make the big rule for your stories? Let me think about that. Kyoto Ryu, thank you very much. Who would be who? Normal Hulk versus Solomon Grundy. Normal Hulk? I'm not sure what qualifies as normal Hulk, but I would think normal Hulk. I'm not sure about Solomon Grundy's strength. Like, I don't think Solomon Grundy scales to normal Hulk. Wrong button. With normal Hulk, as far as my memory goes, you gotta tire him out or like just make him not want to fight you anymore. What was that question I was gonna answer? Oh yeah, the one rule in a cartoon studio. One rule for all my cartoons. Remember the 3 C's: character, continuity, and consistency. Solomon is not that strong. Yeah, he as far as I can remember, Solomon is stronger than the average human, but he's not on Hulk's level. And he isn't really on Hulk's level. His best feat is sometimes being able to take down the Justice League or 1v1 suits, but that's with plot armor. But that's because, yeah, that's with plot armor, and it's also because Solomon is part magic. Solomon gets beat up by Nth Metal Mace. Yeah, because Nth Metal disrupts... Well, in the cartoon, Nth Metal disrupts magic. Solomon Grundy gave me one of the biggest, like... I was too old to really be afraid, but man, did it, like, leave a mark in my brain. There was a comic about Red Tornado finally becoming human. For those of you who don't know, Red Tornado is a robot in DC. He was finally becoming human, but they discovered he was one of the, I think it's 9 true immortals on the planet. Which means, like, no matter what damage they did to him, his soul wouldn't leave. His soul would remain intact and he wouldn't die. Grundy found out, and this Grundy was smart. He was not dumb Grundy. He was smart, and he wanted to be one of the Invincible. So what he did was he took Red Tornado, and I don't know why, but he tortured him, and then he ripped off his arm, and then ate it. And I was like, why? I mean, Grundy is a zombie. That's part of his shtick, but man, that was during a time where I just constantly kept seeing DC like just do ridiculously dark stuff. I would say leave your personal beliefs agenda out of the story animation. See, I don't know if I can do that. That's the problem. Why is this one giving me such a hard time? All the other ones were super easy. Maybe it's because I can't see the edge. I'm scared to think of what modern writers would do to Static Shock. Yeah. Same. Yeah, it is because I can't see the edge. There we go. If they brought Static back, it would suffer from the same effect as the Proud Family. See, the thing about the Proud Family is, while I absolutely don't like the route the Proud Family took, I think it's more due to the fact that the conversation has gone that way more than it is just the Proud Family just being blatant. Because the Proud Family always talked about stuff like that. And I don't recall the Proud Family ever taking a nuanced stance on those subjects. Though I'm not going to say it's all just because of the conversation. Like, I do think some of it does have to do with modern day writers. All right, are y'all to the same object? No, because you're done. Apparently this wall isn't done. Ugh. If you could bring one fictional character to life, who would it be? See, there are implications with that. Because, like, I would love to meet Spider-Man, right? But if I just brought him to life, he would miss his family. He would be like, whoa, I'm just a comic book character in your world? Like, there's a lot of implications that come with it. I would invent a fictional character that could do a bunch of stuff that I wanted to do, and then I'd bring that one to life. The team that did the Boondocks understood that there were a lot of factors to the conversation. Like, they clearly had sides, and different seasons showed more or less different sides. But they understood that what they believed was contradicted with what other people believe. And the point of Static Shock I should say part of it, because there are multiple points it was trying to get across. But one of the points when people that a lot of people do when they have these conversations is they're looking for someone to blame. Like Static Shock was not looking for anyone to blame. It was looking to point these problems, not even the problems, just the lifestyle out. It's like these things happen. I would bring Shady into existence. I don't know if you want Shady into existence. Shady's great when he's behind the screen, but when he's right next to you, Oh my goodness, this trim. Thank you. Jeez. If you could bring back a dead actor, who and why I'm choosing Robin Williams? I mean, it would probably be Robin Williams. But again, there's like a lot of implications with that question that my brain overanalyzes. Is Shady evil or something? No, Shady is chaotic. You and that One Wish guy would probably get along if you are an overanalyzer. I don't know who that One Wish guy is. Do you watch Matt Pat? Yes, I've been watching a lot more Game Theory as of late. I really enjoy Game Theory live rather than Game Theory. I think I think Matt Pat does a really good job with it. I used to not like it because I feel kind of bad for saying this, but I used to not like it because I didn't like Stephanie. Like nothing about her personality. It was she felt fake. Like her acting was bad. Once Matt was by himself, I think it was after they had their kid and he stopped doing it with Stephanie. Like I started enjoying it a lot more. I feel kind of bad saying that because it's like when you talk about other YouTubers as a YouTuber, those are your colleagues. So it's like you could work with them one day and then maybe they hear you talking smack. But earnestly, yeah, I think Matt Pat is really good with GT Live, and I started liking it a lot more once Stephanie was gone from it. Would you rather have a partner that is less good than you and make you better, or who is good and makes you better, or who that is less good than you and makes you better, as in like evil? Or who is good and makes you better. I mean, if they're making me better either way, I would definitely rather have a good partner. Now, if you're talking story-wise, that's different. Any opinion on Smosh reunion and ownership of channel? Nope. I did not watch Smosh back in the day, and I don't watch them now. If it's true, it's true, and not judge them as a person. Yeah, but it's like when what you're saying is being recorded, you're always hesitant to say it. Like I've said in other live streams, like people have asked me, would you ever go on EFAP? And I'm like, no, I don't really like EFAP. My answer has definitely changed about that. If EFAP would buy me, I would go on there in a heartbeat. I've been watching a lot more of their stuff. That wasn't done. What's your answer if it's story-wise? If it's story-wise, you need a character that can makes the story more interesting. Usually that's a character that foils, but not always. For example, Daria and Jane, they don't foil each other, but they still make like the situation more interesting because they're very similar characters. And their subtle differences can make things more interesting. So if it's for a story, me specifically, I consider myself lawful good. So you would probably need somebody who is like chaotic good or true neutral to make the story that I'm in more interesting. Batman is a great character, but he's a lot more interesting when he's standing next to Superman. You'd be great on EFAP, Shady. See, I don't know if that's true, but I'm definitely willing to try, because the last podcast I went on, I kind of lost it. So I got really angry. What is this game? This is a power wash simulator, where I use a power wash and I wash stuff. Okay, I think I need to wash the outside of the trim. I'm trying to get all these inner ones. That's done. That's done. Oh, that's the panel. That's the trim. I just want to make sure I got all the inner ones. Ah, this one. Because the outer ones, I'm going to have to use the freaking scaffolding again. I ain't looking forward to that. Come on. Where is dirt? Where is dirt? Donde está? I don't know the word for dirt. Why is this not working? I've watched this so many times. Why is this? Reflector underside trim. I'm looking at the right thing. I'm spraying this whole thing. What? I refuse to use the show dirt button. I tried to look up the podcast Shady was on and autofill capitalism after his name. The autofills after Shady Doorags are perplexing. The podcast I was on was called YARP. Yet Another Response Podcast. That's what it was called. We argued about Arcane. iFong, thank you very much. Wazam. Wazam with you. Oh, wait, no. Better yet. Wazam what? Maybe the first one was better. I hate this. Why is it not working? I've watched this entire trim. What is going on? Your natural voice seems a little higher. Well, I can make it lower if you want. Real low. Hey, hello, how do you do? This stupid thing, I hate you. Why? Why? How is your avatar working right now? My avatar is a series of images that are randomly switching between each other. Shady uses a voice. No, that was my voice. I would love to have a voice changer, but I don't need it enough to justify like paying for it. Oh. I've been stuck watching this single trim for like 15 minutes. Ever seen More Oral? I've seen one episode of More Oral. I do not know why it won't finish. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's just stuck there. All right, I got that. Shady's real voice sounds like Urkel. I can't go high enough. My throat's too dry. Hey, hello, how do you doing? No. I'm just too suave to be Urkel. I could be Stefan. My natural suave and sexiness won't let me be the geekiness that is Urkel. All right, let's try washing the ring from the outside. You. How do you know if it's up there? Maybe it's somewhere else. Because the little indicator at the top left tells me what's dirty, and sometimes they label it so you know which side is dirty. So if I look at this, reflector underside trim. Why am I slowly falling? Reflector underside trim. That one over there was a reflector underside trim small panel. Oh, wait, are these the same trim? Oh, that might be it. Okay, hold on. Let me find that. Let me find where I just was. No, that's the hatch frame. Where was I? Hold on. See, now I gotta go back and check. Because you might be right. I might have been looking in the wrong spot. No, not up here. Where am I going? Right here. Okay, so underside trim. Oh. See, this separates them. I thought they were two different objects. Oh, whoever said that, you're right. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh man. Egg on my face. Alright, so now I gotta clean this. Alright, now the other side. The other side. The other side. Shady, have you ever played the Metal Gear series? I played, I think it was Metal Gear Solid 3, and I stopped playing it because I was so scared of the snakes that were hiding in the bushes. Like, it was the first level, and because I have a fear of snakes in real life, so it was the first level, and the snakes kept sneaking up on me, and they're like, if you don't do something, you'll get bit by a snake, and I was like, I can't deal with this. Your normal laugh also sounds evil. Well, most of the laughs y'all have heard me done are like, they're my general laugh. It's just, it depends on the occasion I'm using them for. All right, so famous last words. The rest of this should be, oh, nope, there's a top part. I was gonna say should be easy, but never mind. But you play as a snake. Yep, you play as a snake who sneaks into bushes and kills people. I just didn't want that happening to me. You should get a pet snake. Why on earth would I get a pet snake? Hey Shady, are you gonna go over Robin's mind control in the Terra art? Can't remember if it's 1 or 2. I don't know if I call that the Terra arc, Robin's mind control. Are you talking about the dust that was on him when he thought he was seeing Slade? Because I could, but I gotta do Beast Boy and Raven's episode first. My wrist is itchy. I don't like snakes and I don't like wasps. Whee! Ah! Spiders used to be my phobia, but I learned about them and how they're actually some chill ones. I mean, all animals have a scary variant, but like just snakes in general and wasps in general, I can't deal with. Okay, hatch frame, are you gonna do this too? There are no chill variants of wasps. Okay, so I probably have to use the pole right here. Nope, this hatch frame just doesn't want to be clean, ever. Eh. Why would you count the dirt behind the ladder? Like, how am I supposed to reach that? The hatch and the hatch frame. They both refuse. There's no need for this. This is clean. Why? What's your opinion on snake clowns? The way I see it, if that's Batman's greatest fear, it's now one of my snake clowns. What on earth is a snake clown? Is it a snake with makeup, or is it a clown that turns into a snake? There we go. Although, to be honest, I wanted the frame done before the door because this is the cleanest frame in the history of frames. And it just doesn't want to be done. I checked all the upper side corners. They're clean. I've seen Lego Batman. Very good movie. Alright, is there something that's a part of the hatch that I'm not seeing? It must be under this ladder part. Yeah, snakes can swim. I've seen them do it. Or rather, they slither like on top of the water. I'd be interested in if Shady reacts to a speed run of this game. Well, they have speed trials. I don't know if I could give an interesting reaction to that. Unless they're just doing some really weird tricks. Am I missing something? Like, I have never pressed the show dirt button. I don't want to do it now. You always rock, Shady. You always rock, Random Citizen. What's that? Is that dirt? Why you no clean? All right, I'm gonna clean something else. And then hopefully enough water will splash onto it. Shady, what editing program do you use? I use DaVinci Resolve. Really good program. Highly recommend it. It's free. There is a pro version that's paid, but the free version pretty much gives you everything you need and then some to do YouTubing. One of the reasons people don't like switch editing softwares is because they don't want to relearn editing softwares. Which I don't blame people for, because my goodness gracious. Oh, I forgot you were there, Debo. All aliens are using our water to create clouds. Yeah, see, over there on the phone is where you get the lore of the game. What time is it? How long have I been streaming? 3 hours. This reminds me of when me and my coworkers would clean our stations and work, and store manager would come and tell us there was still dirt, but we couldn't see anything. Microscopic dirt. It really is baffling how sometimes you'll have like a huge pile of dirt left and the game will be like, that's good enough clean. But then on this, there's a speck of dirt somewhere and it won't tell me where. Well, it will tell me there's a show dirt button, but I don't use that button. It's dumb. It won't accept that one speck of dirt. Oh, those are, I was going to say, oh, there it is. Nope, those are the hinges. Hatch hinge, that is perfectly clean. What is this? This is, I forgot. Power Wash Simulator. The title of it is literally like right in front of me. Oh, I just realized you guys can't see the... Oh my goodness, I did not know that. Okay, hold on. Wow, I feel really dumb. Right. Camera, where are you? Yeah, you guys couldn't see that this whole time. That's a pretty big part of the game. My bad. Oh wait, I can't see chat now because I move stuff around. There we go. All right, see, now y'all can see what I'm talking about. When I point my cleaning thing at this, it's like, oh, there's a little bit left at the hash frame. I did not realize the camera was covering that up. All right, that's done. Just join chat. What game are you playing? This is Power Wash Simulator. Where you get a power wash and you wash stuff. This is Shady's day job. How did you come up with your name, Shady? When I was, hold on, let me drink some water. My throat is starting to feel it. Well, my throat's been feeling it for like the past hour. When I was in high school and college, I loved wearing shades and Doorags. And I was always told I looked really, really good in shades and Doorags. So a persona I had before this channel came up, part of the ambience was me wearing shades and Doorags. So when I started this channel, I got rid of the entire outfit except the shades and Doorags. And I was going to call myself Crooked Shades, because I always felt like my shades were crooked. But that name was taken. So the next best thing was Shady Doorags. Long story short, I always wear shades and Doorags. Well, I don't always wear it anymore, but I constantly wore it when I was in high school and in college. Like, I constantly wore shades and Doorags. Everyone thinks he's evil because he wears shades. Random person. Yes, that was the persona I went by before I went by Shady Doorags. Yeah. I would love it if I could get on top, but y'all didn't give me no ladder. All right. Any word on more Miraculous? So Miraculous is on the second channel, which means the second channel I treat like a hobby. So I do it when it's like convenient for me. So I should, if I was good at this, be doing plenty of stuff for the second channel, but I keep putting it to the side so I can work on this channel. Was Shady writing or animating Clone Wars? I didn't do any of that. How did you come up with your character design? Part of it is inspired from Spider-Man, which is why you only see eyes and why eyes are the main thing I use to show emotion. The other part was that is what I looked like when I had my other persona, because the persona from the other channel, Random Person, that's exactly what I wore. A mask, I wore shades, I wore a do-rag, I had a coat on. And then I made an avatar of myself on that channel, and then I took that avatar and I brought it to this channel. And originally, that avatar was a different person. Like, it was a different character. It wasn't me. But then I needed to use an avatar when I collabed with Jar for the first time. So, I was like, I will just take that avatar's design, because originally it was a short midget avatar. I said, I'll just take that avatar's design and just make it my actual height, make it tall. And that's what happened. I probably still have an old picture of what I used to look like, but I think it's on my other hard drive that's not connected to my computer, and I don't want to get up and get that right now. Hello, pressure washers. We need our large reflector surface panels cleaned. Well, the story of this game is that this character, who doesn't really have any personality or any lines, he or she, well, it's he, because you can see the body. He is starting a pressure washer company, and as with each job, he gets bigger and more well renowned. To the point that ridiculous things happen. Like he just gets requested for ridiculous jobs. You are seriously one of the only YouTubers I would watch power wash for hours. It's been fun, Shady. Please talk about the time John Redcore caught an arrow in midair. I look forward to new videos. All right, thanks for stopping by. I was not planning on streaming for this long. I just wanted to stream for a couple hours and then call it. But like being so close to being done is annoying me. So it's basically like Mario Sunshine meets Portal. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like when I first saw this game, I saw Markiplier play it, and he was being Markiplier. He's like, "Oh, it's so satisfying. It's so satisfying," and I didn't realize what he meant. But like, I had a couple extra bucks, and I went and bought it, and I was like, "All right, let's just sit." No, I bought this to stream. I remember now. I bought this because I was like, I need a game to stream, and I had a couple bucks, so I was like, okay, let me do the tutorial before I actually stream it. And I did the tutorial, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is satisfying. Like the controls are very intuitive, and it feels good to watch the dirt like slowly come off. It gives you the same sensation as coloring. Of course, if you ever watch somebody who's like not good at it, it is infuriating. Like somebody who's just like, "Oh, I'm gonna spray this. Okay, I'll come back to that later. On to the next one." It is infuriating. That's why I was stressing out about like that hatch before moving on, because when you just like skip different components, it makes it a lot more difficult later down the line. Unless you just like cheese through to use the show dirt button. Which might not be a fair way of describing the show dirt button. The whole point of that is that sometimes you can't see the dirt, but I feel like the show dirt button takes away like the little aspect of skill this game has. Do you draw your own art? I used to. My current avatars were not drawn by me. If you go back to the previous incarnation of my avatars, yes, those were drawn by me. My background was done by me. Mr. Ad was drawn by me. I always color in my line art instead of using the bucket tool. I would like to get back to drawing. You know, there's a lot of stuff I say I would like to get back to, and then I just work on YouTube all the time. Either working on YouTube or working on D&D. I wasn't supposed to clean that pole. Is the guy on the top left colored by Shady? No. The guy on the top left was shaded by Shady, but he was colored by my mom. That panel's done. And we got 5 more. Let's do it to it. PWS is safe for work version of visceral detail. The avatar on the top left looks so realistic. Thank you. I work hard to make him seamless. I actually wasn't going to turn my camera on today. I was just going to do vocal, but it was already on when I turned on OBS. And the reason I wasn't going to turn it on is because it's a mess in here. But the camera like can't see any of it, and I looked at OBS. I was like, oh well, I look pretty freaking good, so might as well. And the thing was, I already had my Doorag on. I was wearing it for other reasons. I turned the camera on, and I saw Shady Doorags, and he was looking good. I was like, can I really deny the public from this? Yeah, I don't think so. I heard D&D. Are you a player, a DM, or both? I am both. And I recommend everyone try doing both at least once. DMing is not for everyone, but everyone should try DMing a session at least once, just so they know what DMs have to go through. And the same goes for always DMs. They should play the game at least once, so they know what players have to go through. I am involved in multiple games. Several of them are on hold, but I have 2 that are not on hold. One I am DMing, one I am playing. Do other black YouTubers get asked questions about their race as much as you do? I don't get asked questions about my race that much, so I would guess no. The thing about me and my race is that I don't see it as a big deal. Other people see it as a big deal. Speaking of D&D related things, I need to get back to Planescape Torment. Yeah. Every stream, even one by completely different channels, must include Shady. Every stream. I'm just gonna hack YouTube and put my face in the top right of every stream. A DM sounds like being a mod, and I don't want to be one. A DM is a storyteller that's trying to make sure everyone's having fun. Like it's fine if people don't want to be one. Like I don't think anybody should be forced to do it. I'm just saying like Everyone should try it at least once. Even if you know you're gonna hate it, it helps you understand what a DM has to go through if you try playing that position. Because I've seen games where players will like either gang up on the DM or they'll fuss at the DM, and they don't know what the DM is going through, and vice versa, where like the DM has been DMing so much they don't understand what the players are going through. And one of the big ones that most DMs use as an example is like players not remembering what's on their sheet, and they expect the DM to do that, and it's like the DM has to. They have so many NPCs they have to keep track of, so many effects. They have to know what the weather is like. Like, they've got so much going on, they can't take time to memorize what's on your sheet. You should be doing that. And that's why when I'm playing D&D, I always give my DM a little reminder of like effects that are on my player. Like, yeah, my player has constant detect magic, just a heads up. Or just a reminder. Have you watched any of those D&D horror story videos on YouTube? Yes, I have. The thing with those stories is they're only told from one perspective. Every story has more than one perspective. So it's like, I take them with a grain of salt, and sometimes I don't even agree with them. I'm like, but even based on your perspective, you were in the wrong there, not them. That's rare, though. Usually people word things so that they are in the right, so... Elemental's a flop, I hear. From what I've heard from other people, I haven't looked into it myself. It's not doing well in the box office. And every time something fails in the box office, everyone says the same thing. This movie was poorly advertised. And I'm like, every time? Not even just in the box office. Like, when a Netflix series does bad, people are like, oh, this was poorly advertised. I didn't see any advertising for it anywhere. Like, I knew Elemental was a thing. I just didn't care to see it. Some people have said it's because it's Pixar's usual this, but with emotions, so nobody was, like, crazy for it, which could be the case. The designs didn't really do it for me. I don't hate the designs, they didn't do it for me. And it reminded me a bit too much of Zootopia. Like, I would rather just go rewatch Zootopia. Do you think if they switched the elements of the two main characters, it might have been a bit more interesting? The story seemed pretty generic. Like, the story doesn't feel generic to me, it just feels Pixar generic. What was your canon event? My canon event? I'm not sure. Shady, have you heard of Just Some Guy? Yes, I have. people were saying it was trying to be Zootopia but preachy. I mean, wasn't Zootopia kind of preachy? See, I think we kind of misuse the word preachy, because it's like nowadays shows and movies are so preachy, we use them as the standard example. But what they're really doing is they're putting their moral above the story. It's not just them preaching to you, it's the fact that they are sacrificing good storytelling in order to preach for you, or preach to you. Disney's quality of products is going down the drain. I mean, if you count their live action, yes, but Disney's been in tough spots before. Like they've had times where a lot of their stuff was just flopping, or they were making like not quality stuff. It is time for DreamWorks to shine, though. DreamWorks, if they can release another Puss in Boots, they will win so many people over. Who is your favorite character in Phineas and Ferb? Candace. That's not even a contest. All right. Just want to make sure I get these in me. Between reflector things, this still says it has dirt on it. Ah, what was that? Okay. I really want this to be done, but I just don't see the... I've sprayed it every which way to Sunday. In BoJack, can an animal be charged with assault for using their body weapons? PC scratching BoJack and the skunk that sprayed peanut butter? Why wouldn't they? Humans are charged with assault for using their fists. How can you guys have one favorite Phineas and Ferb character? It's easy. Candace is easily my favorite Phineas and Ferb character. It's not even a contest. Try spraying the bottom one last time. Have you heard of the theory that it's all in Candace's head? I have not heard of that theory. Yes, I got it! And I think that theory is false. All right, so that's done. So now we just got to do this. Well, we'll see. I almost always do bottom to top. If you're power washing something, you would do top to bottom. I would really like a ladder so I could get up there. Did you ever watch the old Garfield and Friends? No. I actively avoided that show. It bored me. Did you know Buford had a crush on Candace? That doesn't sound right. That sounds like somebody's headcanon. Do you have a second place character? Probably Phineas? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Phineas is my secondary favorite character. Have you seen the King of the Hill power scale videos on here on YouTube? No. No, I have not. All right, what I should do is try to wash like all these parts down here off so I don't have to keep coming back down here. Which ATSV spider person caught your interest the most, Shady? ATSV? Oh, across the... that would be Peter B. Parker. Y'all don't understand how much I love Spider-Man. You really don't. Although Peter B. Parker did do some stuff that annoyed me in that movie. And by some, yeah, there were some things he did that annoyed me in that movie. But yes, that would be Peter B. Parker. And this is the whole thing with Miles, man. I stand by this. Miles should have changed his name when he crossed universes. For those of you who don't know the story of Miles, he came after I'm talking about the comics. He came after his Spider-Man died. I believe it was the Ultimate Spider-Man, which I loved. Ultimate Spider-Man, like that's one of my favorite comic book series. But after Ultimate Spider-Man died, he became the Spider-Man of his universe. Perfectly fine, you know, passing on the legacy torch and whatnot. But once Secret Invasion happened and he got crossed over into 616 universe, he should have changed his name. He should not have stayed Spider-Man. But I'm assuming they kept his name Spider-Man because putting Spider-Man on a comic cover sells more issues. Like putting the word Spider-Man on there sells more issues. So now we have this thing where in order for Miles to be in anything, they have to recognize Spider-Man. And the stuff that Miles is in is really good. Into the Spider-Verse is good. I've heard nothing but good things about the Spider-Man games, but they have to recognize Peter Parker. Because, and I know people don't like this, but Miles Morales is not Spider-Man. Nobody ever calls him that. The legacy of Spider-Man is Peter Parker. Like, I don't have issues against the character Miles Morales, but whenever you say, there was this one post where somebody was like, hi Spider Pete, hi Spider-Man, hi Spider Gwen. And I was like, why did he say Spider-Man's name twice? And then I looked and I realized he was talking to Miles. It was like, that it doesn't register in me that he is Spider-Man. I have not seen the Secret Invasion show. I don't plan on watching it. Comic Miles has a bad origin. I can believe that because he was a diversity inspiration. Like, he was inspired after Barack Obama. And he had that, he was part of that time during comics. This is what made me stop reading Marvel. He's part of that time in comics where they were just replacing all the classic heroes. And they were trying to have all these non, for lack of a better term, majority heroes all replace the classic ones and use their legacy. And I was like, I read the Wolverine version of that, and I was like, I don't want to read this. I want to read about Wolverine. I want to read about the girl version of Wolverine. Which, the girl version of Wolverine, like, that actually sounds like a cool story, but, you know, Weapon X. It actually sounds like a cool story, but when you call her Wolverine, I'm like, no, I want a comic about Wolverine. I heard Secret Invasion was bad. Secret Invasion, like you're talking about the comics, like, I don't want to say I hated it, but there was a lot of things that didn't mesh well. But I think overall I liked it. But yeah, like, that's my beef with Miles. Like, I've never read anything with Miles in the comics, so I don't know how good a character he is in the comics. But he's the character in the movies. I like him. He's a cool character. He's a little bit generic, but he's cool. But trying to, like, say he's Spider-Man, it's like you have to constantly use the Spider-Man legacy to keep this character afloat. You also have a problem with Jason Todd, Tim Drake, and Damian Wayne being Robin. They became Robin after the previous Robin stopped being Robin, so no. I didn't have a problem with Miles being Spider-Man when he was in his universe. But I said, like, Miles is just as much Spider-Man as Miguel is Spider-Man. Nobody looks at Miguel and says Spider-Man. They say that's Miguel O'Hara. Yes, he is a Spider-Man. Or they say Spider-Man 2099. If you wanted to call him even if they called him Spider-Man 42, like, I'd have been fine with that. But now we've got this big debate online of whether or not Miles is Spider-Man, and it's like, He is a Spider-Man. Yes, he's the Spider-Man of his dimension. But the legacy that Peter Parker left behind is Peter Parker's. The reason people get giddy when they see Spider-Man is because of Peter Parker. And you're trying to latch that onto him. Like, I don't want this to come across like I hate Miles or I hate the Spider-Verse movies, because I think both Miles and the Spider-Verse movies are great. It's just I hate what people are trying to use this character to do. It's like I like this version of the character, so I want him to replace the old version when the old version is still around. Or I want him to become a bigger legacy than the older version. It's like he has to earn that. Gwen has a similar name problem. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. The reason Gwen like got so big was because the original Gwen was such a big part of Spider-Man's story, and she was only such a big part of Spider-Man's story because she died. Like, Mary Jane was technically a bigger part, but Gwen died as like the main failure people remember with Spider-Man, even though Captain Stacy dying was also a big failure. But Gwen was the big failure people remember because he was so cocky when it happened. And it was partially his fault because she didn't die from the fall, she died from her neck snapping. So we've been asking a lot of questions. Do you have any questions for your viewers? If y'all could change one thing about my videos, what would you change? No, I'm just call him Indian Spider-Man. I cannot pronounce his name. Yeah, that's my question to y'all. If y'all could change one thing about my videos, what would you change? Because I often think about changing some of the stuff that I do, but I'm like, I think they like this stuff, and I don't want to change it unnecessarily. Variety of content. Nothing, man. It's a perfect formula for me. I would change the frequency, get more shady. See, the frequency is something I would change, but that's difficult because good scripts take time. More you, less PNG. That just ain't gonna happen. I like the PNG too much. Honestly, I wouldn't change anything. I don't watch other people for my opinion. I watch to see theirs. If you change to suit me, you wouldn't be you. Change one thing, cover more shows I've watched. Make them long. I don't get tired of hearing you talk. Yeah, the longer thing is also something I have issues with because I get bored easily. So I'll be working on a video, and if it's too long a video, I get really, really bored working on it, and then it starts showing in my production. A high frequency of miraculous videos. See, now that's a viewership issue. But miraculous videos are supposed to be on the other channel anyway. Longer videos would be fun, but at the same time, the current length is also pretty good. The videos are like gradually getting longer because they used to be like 12 minutes on average, and now they're somewhere between 15 to 20, like 15 to 25. Like, I still make shorter videos. Like the Static Shock one I just made was relatively short compared to the rest of them, but I couldn't believe how long that Cosmonaut video was. But the thing I always try to get with the videos is conciseness. Like, they're as long as they need to be. What's your other channel's name? Shady Doorags. You can find it at the bottom of my channel page. I also keep it in the description of most videos, but I think it might not be in this one. I'm not sure. It might be in the description of this one. All right, sub-reflector. There we go. Okay. Now the receiver. Maybe review some anime on your channel. That would be a nice change. Like, if I can get into it, I'll review some anime, but anime is also a hard one because Japanese companies just don't care about fair use. All right, you're part of the receiver, right? Okay. So let's try you. Shady, maybe you could do Sonic X. I like it when you stream. Have you ever considered or working with the YouTuber Mauler? I was talking about that earlier. If I got invited on the EFAP, I would go in a heartbeat. I would absolutely go in a heartbeat because I've been watching more and more of their stuff. Like, my big problem with EFAP was, even though I like the creators individually, whenever they got on EFAP specifically, it felt like they were an echo chamber. But I've been watching more of their stuff, and I see a lot of, like, disagreement. The other big thing was I hate when people don't let other people finish their point, and that's what EFAP is all about. They keep interrupting points, and I'm like, I can't say anything until a point is finished. So it frustrates me when they try to counter a point that isn't finished. But yeah, like I said, I've been watching more and more of their stuff, and I'm like, yeah, if they invited me, I would definitely go on in a heartbeat. Also, I have a bone to pick with Rags because I made a comment in one of the EFAPs about Multiverse of Madness, and he said something really ridiculous about the birth of the universe, and good gravy. I was like, I was throwing a fit in that chat. I was like, how does that possibly make sense? Oh, man. Do you co-witness your site or just rely on RDS? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I do everything by myself. Unless it's a collab, then somebody does it with me. I would like you to do a video all quiet on the Western Front, but I can understand why you would want to do that. Why is this thing not being clean? Rags also didn't like Atla and rubs his audience nose in for the fun of it. Being ridiculous is normal for him. I mean, you can not like Atla, it's fine. You can even point out the problems of Atla, that's fine. I get weird when people are like, it's not that good. Like when I was talking with Yarp, I was like, they were like, oh yeah, I don't consider Atla a masterpiece. I was like, oh, Do you prefer propane or charcoal? I grew up with charcoal. And I always thought that charcoal leaves a better taste, but honestly, I don't. If I've ever eaten on a propane grill, I am not aware of it. What time is it? Okay, so this is the receiver. Look, it's like as blue as the sky. What more do you want me to do? The only thing I can think of is like this antenna thing, because it's part of the receiver, and I can't tell if it's dirty or not. Or this thing. This is also like, I can't tell if it's dirty or not. There we go. Okay. So, at least 4 different things are dirty, and we have to find them. I don't think it's anything up here. This is too obvious. This ladder, it's not. Oh, I saw something. I saw something. Instrument top tower trim. This trim. Okay. All right. Now from the outside. No! Oh, that's weird. The effect's in the wrong place. I started watching Daria because of your review. Can't believe I never got into it before. Thank you very much. You're welcome very much. Honestly, I'm watching Daria because... Oh, nope, that's a lie. I'm still new to Daria. Like, I don't want to act like it's my favorite show and I'm just reviewing my favorite episodes. A lot of people have been requesting it, and also I've seen a lot of clips on YouTube that caught my interest. I'm going to switch to the medium pole. I'm guessing behind the ladder? Woo! I am really hungry. I actually like being this hungry because when I eat, it's going to feel really good. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling it. There we go. Ah, all right, so there's still at least 4. I just saw something. Small ladder. This ladder. Maybe the back of it, because I'm pretty sure the front of it's done. All right, let's try beneath it. And on top of it. And on top of it. All right, you can stop playing around. You're clean now, right? Oh, not again. Come on. There we go. Okay, yes. Now we got 3. Control room door frame, control room door handle, pedestal door handle. I don't know what the pedestal is, but I know where 2 of those things are. This is the control room. So that's going to be easy. Control room door handle. Control room door frame. You play 7D 2D. That kind of rings a bell, but not that I can recall. Wait, how did I get on top of this roof if I didn't have a ladder? There must be a ladder around here somewhere, and I just don't know where it is. Pedestal door handle. Are you pedestal door handle? Yes. Okay, all of it was door stuff. Have you seen the Batman? I did when I was younger. I don't remember that much about it. I remember Clayface was originally a good guy. All right, let's watch the replay. Oh, I don't get to jump off from the top. All right, let's watch the replay. Go! Oh, that's a weird angle. Woo! Oh, all right. That was good. All right, that was a nice, good recording session, stream. That's what it's called. I'm going to go ahead and end it there. I am starving. I'm really, really hungry. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you guys for all the donations, all the questions. Thank you very much. I will continue to work to get you guys some content that you all love and enjoy. And I'm just stalling because I never know how to say goodbye in one of these things. But I will see you guys in the next of whatever comes next. Woo! Nailed it. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. I'd be the same. Goodbye.